Slow Blacksmith Life in Another World Volume 4 Monster Subjugation Team Expedition. Chapter 94, Before the Fun. From the next day, I resumed my normal blacksmithing work. As much as I'd like to work on the apothecary, I can't just rely on the occasional request even though I have enough income for it. I still need to do some continuous work. Up to the casting part, I'll have Samia and Diana do it and I'll do the finishing. For the next 3 days, I'll focus on making high-end model short swords and long swords. In the meantime, Reich will be making knives. According to Camilo, weapons sell well, but these knives, which are closely related to one's daily necessities, also sell well. Since knives are closely related to the daily necessities, it is said that the general models, which are more affordable, sell better than the expensive high-end model ones. But even if they are expensive, there are still many people who buy the high-end model ones, probably because weapons are something that can protect their lives. Thus, as much as possible, I'm trying to deliver it according to the sales volume. Of course, it would be a different story if there was an order for how many and which ones. We have never received such order from Camilo though. Well, except for the halberd requested by His Excellency, the Count, the other day. So for now, the amount to be delivered is up to me. However, I think it's necessary to consider the fact that there may be a request for this sooner or later. Lidisan told me about magical power, so I'll try to keep that in mind on the onset. As usual, I try to find something like the unevenness on it and balance them out. At this point, almost no magical power is put into it. It seems that there's a thin amount weaved in it though. However, it is still very little compared to the custom-made one. The biggest difference between the high-end model and the custom-made model is in the amount of magical power weaved into it. The high-end models make the most of the materials themselves, which requires a certain amount of effort and talent. However, even ordinary people can't reach this level. That's also why I'm convinced that there are some craftsmen in the capital who can create something close to this. As I thought before, if it is a high-end model, there is no problem in releasing many of them to the world. But for the custom-made ones, some people may find out that something is odd with the magical power on it, so I think it's a good idea not to release too much of those. Despite thinking of such things, the work for these 3 days went smoothly and we were able to secure sufficient amount before the next delivery. It seems that Reich was able to make a lot of knives for the general models. We don't need so many knives for the high-end models either. So if I make knives for 1 more day, although it's only for 1 week worth instead of 2, we will have enough for the next delivery. And even if I take a whole day off, I think we can still make it. We should have 1 more day off then. What should we do then? I think it would nice to handle the apothecary. However, considering that I had a hard time with Mithril, I'd like to have 3 to 4 days to work on it. And since it's my personal property and not an item for which a customer is waiting for, I'll take some time to work on it. Thus, during our dinner on the 3rd day, I told the 3 of them that we would take 2 days off 2 days later. Then, let's go fishing again. Samia quickly suggested that. It's either of those days, not the entire 2 days, right? I don't think it will be the case, but I still confirmed. Of course. All right then, we'll all go fishing together 2 days after tomorrow. Hooray! Samia is overjoyed. This is more like due to her actual age than her physical age. It's easy to forget, but in terms of years alone, she's only 5 years old. If you want to go hunting, Samia and Diana should go out tomorrow and let's be ready to collect them the day after tomorrow. Okay. Understood. In that case, I guess I'll be making fishing rods in the afternoon the day after tomorrow, huh? I can't make a reel, but I need a rod and hook for Diana. I think Reich will also make a knife or something as practice on how to incorporate magical power that she learned from Lidi-san. In that case, it is convenient to lit up fire in the smithy. It's not that I don't like blacksmithing anymore, but if I do the same thing all the time, there will inevitably be moments where I'll feel depressed. Besides, thinking about my plans for the day off motivates me to work harder as it did in the previous world. Vacations are important after all. I was able to secure a regular income, so I would like to have a little more time to incorporate day off on a regular basis. The next day, I and Reich went to make knives, while Samia and Diana went hunting as planned. I made the high-end model and Reich made the general ones, and since I have cheat, I finished it quickly. Reich's skills are improving too. While she's still slower than I am at making general models, she can make them surprisingly faster compared to an average blacksmith. She would certainly be able to make high-end models soon. This may be the most difficult time for Reich though. She is considerably better than most blacksmiths, but she has yet to reach a certain level of skill. If she doesn't have the talent and skill to understand that, I wouldn't care, but Reich has the talent and skill to understand things. And thanks to Lidi-san, she got the basics of incorporating magical power into her blacksmithing. Now that she already got it, she's probably struggling to find out what she needs to do to reach another level. It would be better if I, the master, could teach her well, but I can't do so because mine is nothing but a cheat skill. I don't know what I'm doing half the time either. I also need to understand my own skills so I can teach it properly. As I added another line to my future plans, I hammered down on the sheet metal that I would be using to make a knife. Chapter 95, Day Off, Day 1. We made a decent number of knives and the day ended like that. After this, we'll have to work on pulling up the creature that Samia and Diana hunted. It will basically be the start of the 2-day vacation. Whether I like or not, the tension goes up. As I was cleaning up the workshop while feeling excited, Samia and Diana were back. When I asked them about today's achievement, they said it's a big deal. If it's big, I can make use of its tendon. I then asked Samia. Right. I want to give Diana a bow too, can I leave it to you this time? I'm a blacksmith, but as you can see, from the fact that I can make scabbards, I can also make bows. Of course, I'm talking about me using cheat. It can't be called a special grade product like the ones made by blacksmithing though. Well, I think about making it on our next vacation. From my installed knowledge, it seems that composite bows made from the combination of animal horn and bones are already present in this world. However, it takes time and effort to make one. So if I were make one, I'll go with the wooden single bow. Well, I'll try something like joining them together, but it depends whether it will stick together or not. I've always thought that Diana would need a bow if she is to go hunting anyway, so this is a timely one. Since the time for me to start dealing with the apothecary may be extended, it may be better to check even just its characteristics first. Thank you, Izu. Well, I would like to express my gratitude to you too. Thank you. What are guys saying? I've never made such bow before, so this is also like a study for me. From cooking to furniture, boss can make anything, not to mention weapons. Reich, who has finished cleaning up her work, joins the conversation. Well, I've been dabbling in various things, that's why I've learned to make a lot of things, I guess. I replied to Reich, but this is mostly a lie. Of the cheat abilities I received, the first priority was of course my blacksmithing skill, but of the remaining points I received, the priorities were this world's language, production, and combat. If you think about the fact that the combat ability I received was able to make me win a fight against a bear and even compete with the best mercenaries, probably, during that day, you can't get some idea of my overall production ability. I don't specialize in it though. But in other words, I can make things that are much better than those made by the ordinary folks. In the case of my blacksmithing work, I can make general models that are one step shorter than high-end models. Apparently, the meaning of production is quite broad and it applies to almost all kinds of making. That's why I can make various things, but I haven't done anything by myself though. In fact, the reason why the meal I make is delicious is also because of my cheat. However, putting it the other way around, I am no match for the experts on those fields. For example, if Helen and I were to fight head-on, I could outlast her for a long time. But if she were to totally come after my life, I might be able to withstand her for a while, but I would surely be defeated in the end. By the way, as for my language skill, I don't know up to what extent it is applied because so far, I only speak the common language, which is the language commonly used by various races in this world. At the very least, it's not the kind of language where I can communicate with the wolves. It's possible that I can understand something more meaningful, such as the Western dialect or the language spoken by local lizardmen. I'm not sure if it really exists though. Anyway, before I use my cheat skills to make a bow for our next vacation, I have to make a fishing rod and hook tomorrow, for it will be used the day after tomorrow. The next day, the four of us pulled up the deer. It's pretty big. It was quite a big one. It's one of the biggest I've ever seen, so I can expect the tendons to be quite long. The longer the tendon, the better, since it will be unraveled and twisted into a line. Samia knows how to do this, so I'll leave the actual work to her. I then dismantle it quickly as usual and separate it into meat, skin, and bones. The bones can also be used, but it's not a very good option because of the difficulty in its processing, so they are thrown away. As for the skin, like the tendon, Samia knows how to handle it, so I'll leave it to her. The rest of us work on preserving the meat. Of course, we saved a portion of meat that we will eat before it gets damaged. For today's lunch, I simply grilled the meat, but it is still delicious enough so I don't need to do elaborate cooking every time. After lunch, I made a rod and hook to be used the next day. Like before, I used the thinnest line we had, so I didn't need to make those. I then look for a branch in the forest to be used to make the rod. I'm an old man now, but I used to be that boy too, so I've already mastered the skill of finding a nice branch. I don't know if I actually have such skill, but boys are good at finding such things, aren't they? Since I have a rod that I've used before, I'm going to get a couple of good branches and shape them with a knife. The key here is to make them bend in a nice way. Of course, this is done with my cheat, so there is no blunder. Once the rod is made, it's time to make the hook. I usually make swords and knives, but this kind of detailed work requires more concentration. Perhaps it's a blessing that I'm rejuvenated at 30 years old and my presbyopia hasn't started yet. Perhaps my eyesight has been strengthened in the same way as my muscle strength has been strengthened. I've heard in the past that looking closer at something is related to the muscles of the eye. As Reich is practicing making knives during our vacation, the loud sound of hammering is mixed with a small chit-chit-chit sound in the workshop. Depending on how you listen to it, it may sound like a hi-hat being tapped. It's all rhythm and no melody, so I can't say it's music, but it's not a bad session. There are moments where I wonder if I should use cheats for these things, but I have to use them considering that the quality of the hooks may affect the fishing results. I have a certain amount of power for my work, so I also put my best for my hobbies. In this way, with all my strength, I completed 7 fishing hooks, including spares. And I now wait for the next day, the day we'll go fishing. Chapter 96, Day Off, Day 2. The next day. Today was the day we will all go fishing in the nearby river. Unlike the last time, Diana, who is probably not used to fishing, is with us this time. Besides me, there is another candidate who can't catch anything. It's not that I'm competing with her, but it's always good to have a comrade like that, I guess. I placed the tinder, a basket with our lunch, a pot to be used to boil water and other things inside the rucksack and carried it with me. Okay, let's go. The river where we are going to fish today is a little far from the house. I checked it with Samia and Diana and they said that the biggest river is further away from here. This is a tributary, or one of the rivers flowing out of the lake. It's a bit far to get to the big river and it takes almost the same time as going to the town. It's certainly far. Besides, that big river is probably very deep, so it would be difficult to cross it. I'd like to see it once though. The 4 of us search for a suitable spot for fishing. The area where we had fished before was also good, but we looked for other good spots. Eventually, we found a good spot for fishing. I then laid out a mat on the riverbank and placed the basket with our lunch in it. After turning over some rocks to secure some bait, we started fishing. Diana was also able to normally attach the worm to the hook. I was expecting her to be flustered even a little, but it didn't happen at all. It is somehow let down. When I asked her, well, when I was a kid, I used to play with my older brothers, is what she said. All right. I could somewhat imagine her father's trouble. Then the 4 of us dispersed and we dropped the fishing line on the surface of the river. The sun is shining brightly, the current is not that fast and there is also slight breeze blowing, so it is a very good place to relax. As I was thinking that this kind of tranquil day off is nice, I heard the sound of water splashing. It seems that Samia caught a fish this soon. Ho, that's big! I exclaimed involuntarily. A river fish of about 15 centimeters is flailing at the tip of the fishing line. I was a little worried that the line would break, but Samia pulled it smoothly with her hand and then she quickly removed the fish from the hook. How's this? Samia proudly raises the fish she just caught. I could understand her feeling of wanting to do that because it's really a big catch. We held the rod under our arm and we clapped our hands while saying, ooh. The first catch was taken by Samia, but we were not to be outdone. Now we could have an extra dish for dinner. And with this, there is no longer a story about us sharing the pain, for none of us caught anything. After that, whether the fish were alarmed by our first catch or whether we made too much noise, we didn't get any bites. It's just about time. Shall we take a break and have lunch? When I said that, all 3 of them unanimously agreed, so we all started preparing our lunch. We look for some broken branches, turn them into firewood, build a fire, and then we boil some water fetched from the river in the pot. After boiling the freshly picked mint leaves, I poured them into a wooden cup and then we start having our lunch. In the previous world, I saw an anime where girls camp like this. Now there's one old man mixed in. Well, yeah, it's not that interesting. We are having some conversation while we eat our lunch. Samia, who already caught 1 fish, was giving a lecture on how to fish in a relaxed manner. She said that when she was living alone, she once caught a fish with a rough net made of tree bark. Right now, I don't have a net at home and I'm fishing to relax, not just to catch them for eating. However, if I were to go fishing to have something to eat, I'd better use a net or a long line, though I think it should be thick enough to be called a rope. I might have to think about making a long line. After lunch, we settled down and took up our positions again to cast our lines. Perhaps because the position of the sun has changed, the surface of the river looks different from that of the morning. I hope the fish will be dazzled by the light and come out to feed. Clara. It was Diana who let out a small scream. Apparently, the fish took the bait. Samia is right next to her and is giving various instructions. Diana followed the instructions and successfully caught the fish with her hands. I don't know if it had anything to do with the fact that she wields a sword on a daily basis during her training, but, even though she was listening to the instructions, there was no waste in her movements. The fish was easily placed in Diana's hands. "Look, how's this?" With a delightful expression, she showed me the fish she had caught. "It's a bit smaller than the one Samia caught, but it's still big enough." "You did it. Congratulations." I praised Diana honestly. I'm sure that if this is in the previous world, I would have taken a picture with my smartphone, but unfortunately, there seems to be no picture in this world, let alone a smartphone. There may be similar magical tools or magic, though. If in the future I meet someone who knows how to make it, I'll ask him to sell it or teach me about it in exchange for a magic sword. After that, Reich also caught one, and I was the only one who had no catch again. The previous time, I felt like I was spinning from here, so I'm sticking to it. While he was sticking, Samia caught another one, and as soon as the quota of the Izu family was reached, they strolled around the vicinity. No, it was Samia's kindness, saying that the probability of me catching a fish would be higher if she were not there. Yeah, I hope she's right. Eventually, when we were about to leave, I decided to make one last throw. Of course, I didn't get any bites until this point. I waited for a while and thought it was over, but then I felt a tug on my rod. Just as I was about to pull it, I lost the response. It got away. With a thud, I fell to my knees. Apparently, the production cheat I possessed doesn't work for fishing. Sigh, of course it won't. Well, it's fine since there is enough for us. Right? Diana asks Samia and Reich to agree. Yeah. I'll even give the big one to Izu. That's right. This is what a family do for each other, boss. Thank you everyone. Their follow-up is really heartwarming. The time was almost up, so we quickly cleaned up and went home. I thought I had salted the grilled fish just right, but I felt that mine was strangely salty. Chapter 97, Road. The next morning. I somewhat recovered after my night's sleep. I then went about my morning routine and prepared to go to the town. I loaded the swords and knives we made inside the cart. Thankfully I can't do the work around here even if I'm half asleep. As I load them, I always put them together by type and wrap them in a large piece of cloth. I then place them on the cart and I secure them with a rope. As for the knives, I just put them in a box without a lid. This box is also used to carry back small things, like pepper, etc., that I bought at Camilo's place, so it is quite useful. This cart has been useful to me each time, but it is also a second-hand one, so it is starting to show some signs of breaking. Though it's not something that can happen in 1 or 2 round trips, I still think that I need to fix it. I feel like I can make one with my cheat, but the ball bearings and torsion bar suspensions would be an overkill. Even today, it is me and Reich who pull the cart while Samia and Diana served as our escorts. The cart rattles through the green landscape. Other than the birds' chirp, only the rustling of the leaves can be heard when the wind blows, so the sound of the cart is especially loud. Since we only come and go once a week, and because the soil in this forest is originally hard, there are no ruts left in this forest road even if we pass here almost every week. With the fact that there are no ruts on the way, there is probably no problem even with the foregoing usual condition. However, I can't help but wonder if it's really a good idea not to maintain the road for the sake of the occasional customers coming here. Besides, it's not as if the wild animals won't come close to Forest Road. It may be better to consider maintaining the road even if it's only halfway from the house. With a break in between, we made it safely to the entrance of the forest. On the way here, Samia changed the course several times, probably because there was something ahead. Considering that, it would be difficult to construct a road on the entrance side. It might also be more troublesome to deal with if we encounter other people on the road. From here, we will go along the main road as usual. It is not paved with cobblestones like those in the Roman Empire in my previous world, but it is sufficiently hardened to make it easy to walk. The area also has a nice view, and with the guards patrolling on the main road, there are hardly any bandits. However, the fact that there are few means that there are occasional bandits, so we cannot be too careful. As usual, we continued on the way while being on alert. Today as well, we arrived at the entrance of the town without any incident. The guard is checking the passers-by with his usual sharp look. I don't have the courage to ask, but I think he can recognize the criminals even if they are acting normally. I exchanged greetings with the guard, who glanced at me and relaxes his gaze somewhat, and then we entered the town. We walk along a street that has been well trodden by the feet of the people coming and going here. Wagons and carts just like ours are running smoothly and the area is quite lively. Of course, our cart felt lighter compared to when we were on the main road. I wonder if there are cobblestoned pavements inside those walls. I thought about this as I looked over the wall that had originally been the town's outer wall. Unlike last time, we did what we usually do after arriving at Camilo's store. No, it wasn't that different last time either. Like before, we talked about what we wanted to buy, the amount we are going to wholesale to the store, and then we still chatted afterwards. However, there's something a little different today. When it comes to making a huge number of swords, how much can you make? Camilo asked me. If we were to lower the quality and only focus on one type, we can make almost 6 times as many swords as we do now. The amount of production will increase if we don't have to make the high-end ones. If I were to make general model swords with priority on mass production speed, they can probably be made at about twice Reich's speed. Meaning, if I do it with 3 times Reich's speed and we use the time to make knives to forge swords instead, our production speed would be doubled, so it would be 6 times in all. I see. Camilo ponders over it after hearing that. If you need it, I'll do it. However, I will have to give up the other item for delivery. Yeah, that would indeed be the case. Camilo thinks about it seriously. It seems that he's not just retailing our products, so he might be thinking about what to do about that. If he buys all of my items every time, it means that they are selling well. Camilo is not that easygoing as to buy such quantity every time and just have them gradually added to a bad inventory, that's what I think. Or rather, I do have confidence in Camilo's talent as a merchant to make money. Camilo thought about it for a while, and then eventually. All right. He then looked up and said that. It was unusual for Camilo, who usually makes prompt decision, to think about it for a long time. For the next delivery, can I request for all of the items to be Longsword? The larger the quantity, the better. As I said earlier, it's fine with me. Next week's delivery will all be general model Longswords, right? Yeah. Give me a minute. I'll be back quickly. After saying that, Camilo left the room. I was curious why such quantity was necessary, but if he said that he needs it, then I guess it's really needed. I didn't dare ask why. As what he had said, Camilo returned shortly after. He has 2 sheets of paper in his hand. It is not a parchment, but it's made of flax or silk. There were several sentences written there. After confirming that the 2 are the same, take the other one. Camilo said that while he is presenting the paper to me. I then read the document. Here's the summary of the document's content: prepare as many Longswords as you can by next week. I will pay you adequately for that work. Payment is to be made in exchange for the Longswords and this document. Camilo's signature is also there. So to speak, this is a purchase order. The reason why the compensation amount is not written specifically is because the quantity for the delivery is up to me. It would have been nice if he had specifically stated the quantity, for example, 50 pieces. However, I think that he did that to cover in case of any unforeseen situation. It's quite ambiguous for a purchase order, but I guess it's what you can call give and take. Sure. After reading through the contents of one of the purchase order and confirming that the other one was the same, and that the thumbprint which was stamped as a seal over the edges of 2 sheets is indeed Camilo's, I kept the purchase order in my pocket. Chapter 98, Build-to-Order Manufacturing. After we talk about the order, all we have to do is go home. We then bid goodbye to Camilo and leave the store. When I think over it, other than the custom orders or those items I sold myself, I mean, those items I sold to him and the additional orders, when the halberd was ordered, this may be the first time that we make something that is properly requested. I'm glad that it was Camilo on the onset. I slightly bowed to the guard at the entrance of the town and passed by. When I glanced at him, I saw that he was still holding a spear. I wonder if the halberd training is still being carried out, and I consider whether there is really such benefit in doing that. The fact that he asked for more halberds suggests that he intends to let the guards in this town use it too. If not, he can't just send the first ones to the guards in his mansion. Anyways, that's for Marius to think about. There's no point in me worrying about it. I put the halberd out of my mind and focused on keeping my pace with Reich. On the way back, the scenery on the road was still peaceful. Sometimes I feel like I don't need to be careful because there's nothing to be careful about. However, Camilo mentioned that there are occasional bandits, and Helen even said that she had defeated a large group of bandits a while back, so I can't get that out of my mind. This kind of thing can happen the moment we let our guard down. As expected, on this day as well, nothing appeared on the main road. Ordinary people would have been more careful inside the forest ahead, but it was different for us since we are familiar to it. Or rather, it is easier there. However, we don't want to unnecessarily provoke the animals in the forest, so Samia take the lead as usual while she keep an eye out to avoid running into them as much as possible. We passed by some animals often, but we did not encounter any trouble. On the other hand, we didn't see the little wolf that Diana had been longing for, which somewhat dampened her spirits. Once we got home, we carried the luggage inside, and after that, we had a free time for the rest of the day. I decided to prepare some molds in advance for the mass production that would start tomorrow. It's been a while since I asked Samia and Diana to do it. I put clay on the wooden mold and let it dry to make a mold. I repeated this process until it was time to prepare dinner, so I made quite a few pieces. With this, we don't have to worry about the mass production tomorrow. I nodded my head and went back inside the house to prepare for dinner. The next day, after we had our breakfast, it was time to divide up the work. Unlike the usual chat while we stay seated around the table after our breakfast, we moved to the workplace. After we worshipped to the Kamidana, we started our meeting. As you already know, Izu Workshop has been asked to mass-produce longswords. So from today onwards, we will all be working on it, myself included. When I said that, the three of them replied with different words, but the meaning is the same. Let's move as efficiently as possible. Diana, keep on working on making molds. Understood. Samia, your work will focus on filling the mold. You don't have to do deburring today. Okay. Reich and I will do the finishing. Yes, I understand. Our speed is important, but be careful not to cause accidents by rushing. It's okay to move slowly and do it one at a time. Just make sure that you do it safely. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Please keep this in mind when working. Is that some kind of saying in the north? Samia mixed up my words. Well, it's something like that. Actually, it's a phrase often used in my previous world for training special forces. Alright, let's get started. Yes. In this way, the first mass production of our workshop started. Although we were fired up, we couldn't start until the fire was lit in the fire bed and furnace. Until the fire is lit and the temperature rises, all four of us spend our time making molds. These molds will all be used up by the end of the day at the earliest. The molds can be reused to a certain extent because the firing process does not change the structure of the molds. However, there will be some loss, so we eventually need to stock up on them. Perhaps it will also be necessary to replenish new clay by the time this mass production is completed. But for now, we are just working for the purpose of mass production. When the temperature of the furnace rises, iron ores are thrown inside and the melted iron is taken out. After that, it is poured into a mold and cooled down, and until that point, it's not yet my and Reich's turn. At this time, Samia is the busiest person. She's pouring the melted iron into the mold and then she throws more iron ores into the furnace. At this pace, it's unlikely that she'll be bored after we start finishing. Well, there's that possibility in Samia's case, but if that happens, we'll be able to keep her busy with the mold making. When the sword was cooled down, I took it out of the mold, grabbed it with the pincers and hammered it to remove the buzz. Then I put it in the fire bed to heat it up, took it out at the right moment and then I hammered it and start finishing. I started first, but Reich was not to be outdone. She proceeded to hammer and start finishing one too. When I glanced at it, it's not up to a high-end model, but it's a good workmanship for a general model. The sound of the two hammers echoed loudly, mixed with the sound of the fire and wind, along with the sounds of Samia and Diana working. We've had this situation many times before, but this time, perhaps because the work was done with a proper purpose, the whole family seemed to be working together even more than usual. Then, I completed the first longsword of the whole family. Chapter 99, Mass Production. With this setup, it seems that we'll able to make quite a few longswords once we get on the momentum. As assigned in the morning, Diana makes the mold, then Samia pours the melted iron into it and I and Reich will do the finishing. Since a mold needs to be remade for each sword, Maybe the most important thing at the moment is the speed at which Diana creates the molds. Given that her pace in making one mold is faster compared to us finishing one longsword, there's no sign that we'll be running out of molds so far. In the worst case scenario, we can't switch to forging until the molds are replenished. However, there will inevitably be a difference in quality if that would be the case. Just like in the other workshops, when we have full operation in our workshop, we are in a situation where there are high-temperature objects such as melted iron and red-hot iron that would be constantly around us. In other words, it will be extremely hot. The day after the goods are wholesaled to Camilo, we also make some sheet metal, so the situation is somewhat similar. Even when we are not mass-producing, we would be in a state close to this. But still, this is hotter than I expected. I reminded the three of them to always rehydrate in between their tasks. The three of them replied that they understand. Through my installed knowledge, I know that the climate around here was not so harsh. So in that case, apart from Reich, who would have experienced a similar situation at her home, it is quite possible that the other two have little knowledge about heat stroke. I want to prevent not only the direct injuries but also accidents like that as well. On this day, we were able to make 10 of them. The preparations made the day before probably helped on that. This is also a very good amount of production output given it's only for one day. It is the result of a considerable compromise in quality because we only hammered it a few times, but the minimum performance of it as a weapon is properly secured. I pick up a couple of the poorly made weapons and tried slashing them. None of them had any problem in particular. Even if they are to be used in warfare, they are unlikely to be broken in 1 or 2 battles. If we continue at this pace tomorrow, we will probably be able to make more than what Camilo expects. There are still some molds, that Diana made, left. At this point, what I need to worry about is on whether we'll run out of clay first. When we have about 50 or 60 pieces in total, it would be a good idea to have Diana do casting. Anyways, I'll think what to do about it depending on our progress in 2 days. The next day, we made the same preparations and then we proceed to make longswords. The rhythmic sound of hammering occupies the workplace. Oh, that reminds me. In the dwarf's workshop, don't you sing at times like this? I asked Reich. I just wanted to know if the dwarfs have something like a work song. Eh? Reich was confused. Maybe there's none. Never mind. I was just wondering if there is a song that you guys sing when you are forging swords or anything that involves blacksmithing. I haven't been in this business for a long time, and my house was not involved in blacksmithing, so we don't have anything like that in this workshop. There is. They have one after all. Can't you let me hear it even for a bit? Tilda. Reich is embarrassed. It's like I just asked someone to perform at a banquet all of a sudden. It's okay if you're embarrassed. I'm just curious, you see. No, it's okay. Her face is still a little red, but her eyes are brimming with vigor like she has made up her mind. Oops, I should have been more careful. Some people can't say no when their boss asks, so I should be more careful when I request something. However, she is now fully motivated. It would be wrong to tell her that she doesn't have to do it now. I guess I'll just let her do it. Yo-ho, we are mountain fairies, Tilda. We wield the hammer as we do blacksmithing work, Tilda. We are happy when we make something good, Tilda. Yo-ho, we can't do anything from pot and pans to hoe, Tilda. We wield the hammer and do our work, Tilda. Sake is waiting for us at night, Tilda. Yo-ho. Reich sang with a cute voice while she's swinging down the hammer in rhythm. As expected, it's not a Japanese-style lyrics or melody, but it's also good. Whoa! Reich, you're good at it. You don't have to be shy. I stopped working and applauded. Samia and Diana also clapped their hands. Reich looked embarrassed in response. Rather than whether I'm good or bad at it, it's really dwarf-like, so it's embarrassing. I didn't really care about that until I left home. It's true that there are some parts that I'm impressed about her and think that it's dwarf-like. I might be embarrassed if someone called the activities that I'm doing casually as human-like. Still, I think it's okay to be dwarf-like. I guess I'm human-like too, and Samia is beast-like. If someone tried to tell Reich off because of her race, we of Izu Workshop wouldn't let that off. My family has a connection with the Count's house. Relying on it is the last resort, but if that solves everything, I will use it for my family without hesitation. Yeah, Samia and Diana nodded their heads in agreement. Thank you, boss. Then I will become a blacksmith who lives up to a dwarf's name. Reich picked up the hammer again and she swings it in a good mood while singing their work song in a more cheerful voice than before. Chapter 100, Mass Delivery. After that, the production continued smoothly and we made a total of 9 pieces on this day. It seems that the range of over 50 pieces will most certainly be achieved. Conversely, it is unlikely that our production output will exceed 60 pieces. Now I know the upper limit of the number of molds to be made tomorrow. I would say that we should aim for 55 pieces, we should not go over the limit we can't handle though. At dinner that night, our conversation is about singing and Diana showcased her singing voice a little. As a part of their education, it is said that all nobles, regardless of gender, can sing to some extent and they can dance to some extent as well. Then I, who also have a family name, should be able to sing some of the songs of this world as well. However, that's not included in the cheat I have and there's also no information about songs in my installed knowledge. I can't sing a song from the previous world either. The lyrics of the songs I knew are in Japanese or English at best. Only Beethoven's Ninth Symphony can be sung in German, but that doesn't change the fact that it's not a language or a song from this world. Though I felt very apologetic towards Reich and Diana, I decided to say that I'm merely a blacksmith so I can't sing. I know I'm being unfair, so when I get a chance, I'll learn a song from this world and perform it. The next day, I told the 3 of them that our final goal is 55 pieces and that there are still 36 more pieces to be made for us to reach the goal. A total of 9 production output are required a day to achieve that. I also told Diana that once she made 36 molds, I would like her to work with Samia to pour melted iron into the molds. Perhaps we'll have a time to spare on the 6th day, but if that's the case, it would be better to take some free time. Well, even if it can be done, it will not be half a day, I guess. More or less, it's certain that if we concentrate on making longswords for the time being, we will be in time, so we have to focus on today's work. The sound of fire and wind echoed softly in the workshop, and then the sound of hammering followed after. I can now hear Reich's singing voice from time to time. I guess she got over it because she sang yesterday. She has a few songs in her repertoire too. Originally, when you say work song, you sing to the rhythm of the hammer, but instead of that, Reich and I were swinging our hammers to the rhythm of the song. It's not particularly distracting, and I even feel like I can concentrate better than when I'm working quietly. Even in the previous world, there were those who could concentrate better in silence and those who preferred background music, and I seem to be the latter. We were able to make a total of 10 pieces on this day. Now we have 26 pieces left. The next day, another 10 pieces were made, and when there were 16 pieces left, the mold creation was also completed. The clay was recyclable, so we were able to get by, but it looks like we need to have some stock soon. If I can't find clay in this area, I can't collect it there, but since I don't know where to find one, I'll have to ask Camilo to get me some fine clay in the meantime. I'll ask him to prepare it on our next delivery. The work proceeded the next day and the day after that, then we were able to finish 55 pieces safely. When I think about it, even if I made Diana switch to casting, I and Reich were already working at the maximum speed, so it is unlikely that it will exceed 10 pieces a day. We ended up producing 7 pieces on the 6th day, and once we finished the work, we only have a short free time. It was a lot of work, but once you cleared your goal, it gives a great sense of accomplishment after doing so. In the future, it may be a good idea to set a certain number of hours per week for regular production. Of course, if we have extra time left, we should take a day off. It may be more convenient for Camilo, too. I'll talk to him about it. The next day. After finishing the 55 longswords, it was now time for delivery. With every 10 pieces wrapped in a rough mat, an unprecedented amount of longswords were loaded on the cart. The rest of the process is the same as usual, but the weight is no joke. Even with them in the cart, they felt quite heavy. Fortunately, the wheels don't sink into the soil. However, at this rate, I'll have to think twice about carrying more than 55 longswords. Or maybe, we should finally introduce horses. Although it was slower than usual, we managed to arrive at Camilo's shop at only a slightly later time. The procedure itself at Camilo's store is the same as usual. The only difference was that I brought a purchase order with me. I handed the purchase order to Camilo and Clark-san when they entered the business meeting room. It's a total of 55 longswords. We made them properly. Well, I didn't promise the number separately. No, Izu's works always exceed my expectations. Camilo said in a slightly teasing tone, so I don't know how serious he is when he said that. How many did you think it was? I'm not underestimating your skill, but it's not that simple, so I was thinking it will be about 40 pieces or so. Well, I said it would be 6 times as much. But, did he estimate it to be about that range in anticipation of the fact that we wouldn't be able to increase our productivity that much by simply spending more time on it? I am grateful that he thinks that way though. For example, if he were to say, all right, let's aim for 100 pieces by next week, we'll have to work for 8 hours now in that case, and if we work for 16 hours, we can't then complete 110 pieces, but thankfully that's not the case. I'm grateful for a client who knows that part. Well, I have a feeling that it's like that. When Camilo glanced at him, Clark-san nodded back. I think he went to check the number. Even if he trusts me, I would appreciate it if he would still confirm if it's exactly as what I said. Is there anything else you need today? After Clark-san came out, Camilo asked that. This is also the usual flow. I'll be needing clay. It doesn't have to be today. It will be good if it's soft and fine. Clay. I'll try to check with the pottery workshop we handle. Sorry for the trouble, that would be helpful. I also want a horse. We are about to reach our limit when pulling that cart manually. To be honest, it's been a struggle just to get here. It's good that the trip back home is almost the same as usual, but when I buy something bulky or heavy, we are in trouble, so I'd like to take action now. I see. I understand. I'll see what I can do about that. Sorry for that, but I'll leave it to you. What are you saying? Consider it as my guilt for having a small workshop with only one disciple hit 55 pieces of longswords. Camilo said so and winked at me. Ah, that doesn't suit you, Camilo. Chapter 101, Probing. Well then, this time, this is just between us, but... As Camilo said that, his voice became a little softer. We then leaned forward. I think you already predicted this to some extent. The need for such a large number of swords means that many soldiers are on the move. I guessed so. That is indeed the case, huh? Even if I say that Camilo is only extensively running his business, a situation where 40 longswords are suddenly needed only means that the soldiers are making a move somewhere, regardless of whether it is the national military or a private army. And given that, though I don't think that there will be any problems with the sword you brought, the buyer of those longswords asked me to tell you to serve in the military if possible. Although it is a military service, there is almost no danger because you will be accompanying the supply unit in the rear. Then, is my main job to repair at the destination they are moving to? As expected, you immediately get what I mean. That's right. For how long? It's about 9 days or so at the longest. It will take 3 days going there, then you'll work for 3 days and then the travel time going backward also took 3 days. If it's done in 1 day, you can't come back in a week time. If that's the case, it would be okay to leave the house to the 3 of them and be away for that long. Well, as for the problem with their meal, they'll solve it somehow. I wouldn't be able to take all 3 of them, and I can't take only one of them either. I don't want to leave just one person at home, so the option of taking 2 people with me is out of the question. In that case, it would be better for me to go alone. Would it be okay if I go alone? Do I need an assistant or something? No, there's no need to because the supply unit is one group. Meals and other things are done by dedicated personnel and so is the setting up of the tents. Although it will be open air, Izu's job is to set up the fire bed and the anvil. I see. Then, all I really need to do is follow them around and fix their items, huh? Yeah. Last question, where does the army belong to and what are they going to do? Let me answer what they are going to do first. It's a monster subjugation expedition. It's not a war. Sometimes there are skirmishes, but there is currently no battle in this country where we have to send some troops and pull out more than 40 people. Next, where they belong, right? Camilo made a short pause there. It's Count Imerle's. The king has entrusted some soldiers to him and he was asked to go there and form a subjugation team. I could see Diana gasping a little. I see. It was Marius, huh? I'm not saying this to brag, but he knows how capable I am. So of course, he'll want to take me with him. It is not that hard to see that it would be safer to have someone who knows your family history by your side in case of emergency. Count Imerle's house was originally a house that got their title and family name after becoming known for subduing monsters, and well, there's the dispute part about their inheritance. The Marquise once said that there's no problem and something openly problematic never occurred, but it would be less likely that he will encounter trouble later if he achieved results here. I see. I'm grateful that he explained this matter because it doesn't reach me, a blacksmith who lives in isolation from the world. And truthfully, I'm not from a noble family. Anyway, Marius is in pinch again, huh? If that's the case, I will be happy to participate. Diana looked a little relieved this time. She's one of the few people who know that I have good swordsmanship. I guess she feels relieved knowing that I would be there if Marius needs me. By the way, when will it start? I heard that you could go straight to the capital after your delivery next week. I'll be sending you there with my wagon. Is that so? I thought it would be more urgent. I thought in worst case, I would be asked to set off today. Well, there will be something like group organization and minimum training. Oh, that's right. Marius is also at a platoon level, so he probably has little experience in commanding. Even if he has been preparing for a while, it's always better to go with a good preparation unless it's very urgent. And since the monster subjugation is not that urgent, the soldiers who have been sent to him are probably almost like recruits. If all goes well, he can take some nobles with experience in leadership and soldiers with practical experience. And in the worst case, it will come to an extent that the country will be reorganized. In that case, it would be a hard blow for the Earl house. Well, I understand the story. I'll be ready. Basically, my mission is of course, to repair their items while I'm in military service. However, the mission behind it is to bring Marius back safely. I think there are times when that can't be helped, but even in that case, I would like to make it my top priority to bring him back safely as much as possible. To do this, the soldiers need to be fully equipped. It should be also in the category of general model as much as possible. The high-end model has some magical elements involved and it takes time for me to do it. Around the time we are done with the conversation about the military service, Clark-san returned with a pouch in his hand. Are you sure you want to buy the same things as usual? Yeah. I want you to prepare for 2 weeks worth of those next week though. Got it? Then, today's payment is this. Camilo gives me the pouch that Clark-san brought. It was heavy when I hold it, so I checked it and I found out that even if I subtracted the amount of the items I bought today, it is still way too much for 55 longs words. Isn't this too much? It includes the fee for rushing you and it also contains the inconvenience fee he gave you for that time. Don't worry about it because it's something that you are supposed to receive. A fee for hurrying me and for that time when I forged the heirloom hat. It would become complicated again if I return this. Understood, thank you. I received the pouch and then we left Camilo's store. Chapter 102, Departure. After we got home, we spent the next 6 days like usual. Following the usual schedule, we worked on the production, hunting, eating etc. Thus we made a week's worth of deliverables as usual. I could have worked on the production efficiently but I don't have to do that unless it's necessary. Though I was once away from home for a certain period of time before, everyone's reaction to that is just like their father is going on a business trip. They are not particularly worried about me. Morning of the delivery day. After we loaded the deliverables like usual, I also packed the hammer I habitually use, some dried meat just in case, and a piece of cloth, sterilized by boiling, to be used as a bandage in my usual bag. Those are in preparation for my departure after the delivery. More or less, it will covered by the other party. In my previous world, it comes with a meal fee, transportation expenses and accommodation fee. That said, the level is completely different. As for the appearance fee, I hope I can negotiate directly with the other party, which is Marius. We then head to the town like how we normally do. We proceed while being vigilant inside the forest and on the main road. And as usual, we were able to arrive at Camilo's shop without any problems. Nothing special happens each time. Well, we do come across a deer or a wild boar but they quickly run away or move out of our way. We did encounter a caravan on the road too. Even so, we should always be vigilant because as soon as we neglect to do so, problems will definitely occur. After we arrived at Camilo's shop, the procedure is basically the same as usual. Well, at least the process of confirming our delivery and our purchase are the same. Since I'll be going on a trip this time, we will not come for the next delivery, so the big difference is that the amount of our purchase will be for 2 weeks instead of 1 week. After all that exchange, it's time for the departure. As for the horse and clay, it will be settled in another time. It will probably be 2 weeks at the earliest. In any case, it's not something that I needed now. As for the clay we have on stock, he told me to use it in making knife mine ***, so it should last for a while. And in the unlikely event that it runs out, I'm told that normal knife will do. TLYN, I just literally translated it as I'm not sure, knife mine. Please do comment if you know equals. Well then, let's go. Camilo urges when the conversation is over. All right. Let's go. All of us left the room and then we head to the warehouse. In front of our cart loaded with our luggage, there is the wagon from Camilo's store with 2 horses in front of it. Our cart is connected at the back. My wagon will pull you guys halfway. I'll be loading a decent amount of luggage on my way home from the capital, so it will be fine with just this much. Since he said so, I did not hesitate and I took his words for it. We all got into our own cart. Shortly after, the wagon we are connected to departs. Although it is rattling and shaking, we slowly proceed through the town with a much higher line of sight than usual. Rather than because it's heavy, the reason why the wagon is not moving that fast yet is because we are still inside the town, so it would be dangerous if we speed up. As expected, it's convenient if a horse pulls it. Right. I said that while looking at the changing townscape, and Reich replied back to me. After I told Camilo that I am going to procure a horse, I realized that I had forgotten to bring up the matter about the coachman. Thankfully, it seems that Reich could handle it to some extent. She told me that her family use a fairly large wagon when going to the workshop and that Reich acted as a coachman once in a while. It seems that she took care of the horses at their home too. Thinking about it, if several families were all working together in the smithy, there would be a certain number of deliveries, and no matter how powerful the dwarfs were, it would be inefficient for them to pull a cart by themselves. It would be more natural to use wagons. So, even if the horse arrives, it seems that I don't have to panic for the time being. When we are leaving the town, we waved and greeted the guard we are acquainted with. He waved over to us as well. He is not using a halberd today as well. Perhaps because of the matter with the subjugation team, Marius doesn't have much time to get around to it. Combined with that, I would like to actively cooperate and get the job done so that I can come home quickly. The speed of the wagon increases as we reach the main road. There are no sharp curves here, so the speed is faster than I expected. At least much faster than walking speed. I think it was faster because the last time I rode it coming back from the capital, the load was mostly just me and Diana, but even if it is now considerably heavier than that, we can proceed faster regardless. I don't think we could go this fast inside the forest, but it would still be easier and quicker. I wish I had introduced the horse earlier. We arrived at the entrance of the forest much earlier than usual. This is where I'll say goodbye to my family. After reconfirming our plans for the next week or so, we gave each other a quick hug and then I said I'm going now. Well, it's not like we're parting for good. I then get inside Camilo's wagon, which had been separated from our own, and when I looked back, I saw everyone seeing us off at the entrance to the forest, so I waved lightly. With a much lighter weight, the horses energetically gallops along the road towards the capital. When we came back from the capital, we had only one horse because we didn't have much luggage, but this time, perhaps because we had two horses, it feels like we are moving faster than that time. The scenery I saw before, on our way back, was a little more exciting. And then while I'm looking at the view of the outer wall of the capital and the mountains rising like a larger wall beyond it, which I thought I might never see again, I entered the capital once again. Chapter 103, Coming Together. It has been a while since I came to the capital, and as expected, I'm still impressed by its liveliness. Just like the last time I came here, the number of people, as well as the number of races, is much more different from the town. In the town, there are dwarfs, marito, and beastmen at best, but here, there were also lizardmen, and this time, there's even a person who is twice as tall as a normal human. When I asked Camilo about him, he told me that he was from a giant race. It's rare to see them in the capital, but it's not something strange. Elves can't be often seen in towns or in the capital. This is because, as Lidisan had said, they need to take in some magical power, so they don't go to places where magic power is not that abundant. Such people are coming and going on the streets. I don't know how it is in other big cities, but in this city, the citizens don't mind your race. But for something like an inn, there may be some consideration because of the availability of chairs and beds. Putting it in the other way around, at least it's not a situation where there is a ridiculous traffic. Aside from the technical aspect, in my opinion, it appears that there has been a lot of progress in this world already. We pass through the main street of the city and then we head towards the gate on the inner wall, which was one size smaller than the gate on the outer wall. This wall appears to be a reinforcement of the outer wall when this city was first built. It is similar to the wall on the town. If the fences at the town were turned into a wall, its appearance will then be close to the capital. When Camilo showed the gatekeeper the token, which is the proof of entry and exit to Imerle's residence, he was easily let through. Then our wagon drove through the cobblestone streets in the inner city. It's hard to believe, but the hustle and bustle a while ago is gone just like that. Still, that doesn't mean there is no vivacity here. I can't say there is a kind of serene feel in here. Slowly, the wagon made its way through the city and eventually, we arrived at a square lined with tents. So this is the garrison hut. The soldiers gathered here won't stay here forever, I guess. Well then, I can only go until here. You should bring this one with you. Camilo, who dropped me off, says that while he's taking out a piece of paper. Having a quick look, I saw that it is a proof that I'm the blacksmith who will be doing military service in this subjugation and that I was personally invited by the Imerle house. I only need to show this to the reception desk. Thank you, you really helped me there. Don't mind it. Camilo and I waved each other goodbye and then we part ways from here. Although Marius is also here, I'm not a strategist, so it's not like I'll always be staying with him. I think I'm with the transportation corps, so I want to get along with them. I showed the document I received from Camilo to the garrison guard. The guard looked at the documents he received and summoned a nearby soldier. Please wait here for a moment. The soldier he called told me that he is extremely respectful to me. I think it's probably the effect of the invite, which was directly from the Imerle house. Well, no matter how they look at my appearance, I suppose I'm like those middle-aged men in this city. And just like that, the soldier who told me to wait, ran off. Me and the guard were left behind. Are you also participating in this subjugation team? Yes. I'm supposed to follow as an escort for the supply unit. The young guard answers my question with a slightly tense look. I asked him casually, but I guess he wasn't supposed to answer to this kind of question. He must be a new recruit. Well, now that I already started chatting with him, I'll just keep on with the conversation. I see. I think it was also written in the document, but I'm Izu. I'm in the supply unit and I'm supposed to repair your weapons and armors. If he is one of the escorts, we will have many opportunities to meet each other. Thus I introduced myself. My name is Delmut. I'm pleased to be your acquaintance. Delmut-san bowed with a graceful movement. He may be a second or third son of a noble family. It's good that he can't give his name like that. After that, we talked about a lot of unimportant matters. Though I look like those middle-aged men in this city, he thinks that I am a decent person. It seems that even craftsmen who are employed by a noble family have a good social status even though they don't have a title. Well, instead of saying I'm employed, I'm just someone who caters to a client's request. Or rather, I'm a supplier, so I don't have a connection to that. Besides, I don't need such status titles even if they give it to me. Getting involved in various ties of obligation is troublesome. I'd rather spend my time making new weapons instead. Marius seems to be eating and sleeping here together with the soldiers. I used to be the same soldier as you. He said that it was Marius' favorite phrase when he was drunk. Delmut-san can't help but smile when he told me that. With him looking like this, it seems that Marius has skillfully grasped their sentiments. After a while, the soldier who said for me to wait, came back. The captain of the subjugation team wants to meet you. Oh, then I'll go to him then. I decided to head there myself. Well, it's like, what kind of blacksmith I am for the count himself to welcome me at the entrance of the garrison. However, since I don't know the location, I asked for the soldier's guidance and then I followed him. We arrived at a tent that has a fancier decorative curtain than the others. Captain, I've brought him here. Let him in. Understood. Please enter. I heard a voice that made me feel nostalgic and then the soldier urged me to enter the tent. Chapter 104, Day before the departure for military service. When I entered the tent, which has the fanciest style inside the garrison, I saw two familiar faces. The first one is Marius, of course. And the other one is Marius's colleague. Both of them are dressed in luxurious clothes and they both affixed my high-end model short sword in their hips. There is no one else other than them inside the tent. Thank you for coming here, Izu. Marius extended his right hand. I then shook that hand. Well, I heard that it's a job that pays well. I said that with a laugh. I feel relaxed facing the count, but that is because aside from me, his colleague is the only one here. Besides, based from Marius' attitude, I guess they probably had a conversation about me to some extent. I don't think that he told him that I forged a new heirloom for him though. It's good to see that you are also doing well. After shaking hands with Marius, I faced his colleague and said that to him. Yeah. It's been a while. His colleague also extended his right hand to me. I shook his hand and greeted him again. My name is Izu. As you already know, I am a blacksmith. I'm Leroy. I'm Marius's adjutant now. Nice to meet you again. Also, you don't have to be so polite to me. From my standpoint, nothing is different from before, you see. All right then, I'll do so as you wanted. Having gotten Leroy's permission, I decided to feel relaxed in addressing them when it's only the three of us. Originally, I know him by sight, so I guess we both feel comfortable to each other already. So, this time I'll work on repairs, is that correct? I asked Marius. Yeah. There will be no work along the way, but once we get there, I'll leave the repair of any damaged armor or weapon to you. And, as for the remuneration, you'll have enough food during the expedition, an allowance for the expedition similar to a normal soldier, and there will also be a commission reward for each piece of armor you repair. The next answer came from Leroy. Ho ho. That's not a bad deal at all. I wonder if this condition is applied whether it's me who'll do it or not. Well, it will be pointless if I can't earn more than what I normally work for. Since I can't repair things faster than most blacksmiths, it's likely that I can't get a higher commission than that of a normal blacksmith, which is a little different from the norm. How will you compute the total of the items I repaired? A civil official from the supply unit will do it. He is in charge of income and expenditure of supplies as well, you see. This time, Marius was the one who answered me. I see. I understand. Lastly, when is the departure? We just finished a series of training yesterday. I had them take a day off today. Ah, so that's the reason why I didn't hear the sound of training, huh? We will be leaving here tomorrow. Understood. With this, all the prior confirmation I needed to know is settled. Now, all I have to do is wait for our departure. Marius called one of the soldiers and ordered him to lead me to my tent. I felt sorry towards the soldier that was asked to take me to the tent where I would be sharing with the rest of the supply unit. The supply unit's tent is rather large. There were wagons and horses securely tied separately nearby. A short distance away from here, there is a simple cooking stove with steam rising from it. I thanked the soldier for leading me here and I decided to head towards the stove first. There is a burly man with a mustache and two other young men struggling with a pot. Hi, my name is Izu. I am the blacksmith invited to join the supply unit. Nice meeting you. Though I'm a little worried that I would disturb them, I spoke with a loud voice. Oh. I'm Sandro, I'm the head cook. That's Martin and Boris. We will be the ones taking care of the meals. My worries seemed to be unfounded. With a voice so loud that seemed to make the ground rumble, Sandro-san actively introduced the two younger ones. Martin is the taller guy and the shorter one is Boris. The two gave me a slight bow as they stir the pot. I waved to them in response. The one over there with the horses is Mattis. I see. Thank you very much. Since he introduced himself with such loud voice, I also replied with a loud voice and then I headed towards the horse stable. There are many horses tied up around that area and it's quite noisy. A tall man is slowly walking to and fro between the horses. This time I waved my hand so that he could notice me. If I called out to him with a loud voice, the horses would surely be startled, so I did not do so as I feel bad for them. The man who noticed that I was waving to him, approached me unhurriedly. I'm sorry to interrupt your work. My name is Izu, I'm the blacksmith invited to join the supply team. You are too polite. I'm Mattis, I manage the wagons. I'm just looking at the horses, so don't worry about it. He is tall and quite handsome, but the way he talks is somewhat relaxed. I get this impression that he is a laid-back person. The horses of the knights are not here, right? The knights have their own horse groom. Oh, that's right. Thinking about it, it is indeed a given. People above a certain level of status have a variety of personal assistants. Marius could also have a personal cook or blacksmith, but since he was previously a god, he said that he wanted to be the same as everyone else even though he is the third son of a count. And at least for appearance Sake, maid servants and horse groom are with him. Is the civil official inside the tent? I asked Matisse. Then he replied. As for that person, I think he is back at his home today. Is that so? Yes. Unlike the soldiers and us, there aren't many reasons for him to stay here in advance. I see. I'll just do my greeting tomorrow then. Yes, that could only be the case. After I excused myself to Matisse, I headed towards the tent. Chapter 105, Expedition begins. The tent is big but there is no one inside. There are only a few things here but I think the other things must have been loaded in the wagon outside since we are already leaving tomorrow. I unloaded my luggage and then I lied down for a while. I've been swayed by the wagon for a long time so my waist and butt feel sore. I've been told that I'll be inside the wagon most of the time for the next 3 days. Although my body is rejuvenated, I think it's better to be prepared for things like this. Since I have spare time, I used the knife I brought with me to make a statue out of felled wood to pass time. After an hour or so, my production cheat more or less came into play so I was able to make a pretty good statue of a goddess. I placed it on top of my luggage and then I prayed for the safety of this expedition. While I was doing this, it was just about time for dinner. The soldiers gathered near the supply unit's tent, forming a line with bowls in their hands. I took a wooden bowl from Boris and then I also got in line. As one went up on the queue, Sandro and Martin would pour the soup from the pot into the bowl and they handed out a bread as well. The line went on smoothly and then it is my turn. Oh, it's you. Enjoy your meal. Sandro greets me with a loud voice and fills my bowl with soup. Thank you. I received the soup and bread with a smile. For today, it's not a hard bread yet, but hard bread will be served starting from tomorrow's breakfast. It seems that hard bread will continuously be served for the next week. This is a fleeting meal, I guess. I walked over to where the soldiers were sitting, sat down, and then I started eating my food as well. The food is not really that delicious but it is not particularly bad either. The taste of the soup is similar to the one I make at home. However, it seems to be a little tastier because the ingredients and seasonings used on it were more expensive. Still, if one can't eat a delicious food even with such limited ingredients, I'm sure that there will be many soldiers who would be glad to be a part of the subjugation team. From tomorrow, and until we reach our destination, we will only eat 2 meals a day, there will be a lunch break. Our staple food while we are on our way will not be soup, but we'll have dried meat that has been dipped in some kind of tare sauce and sandwiched on a bread. This is probably because it is difficult to prepare and pack the stove and of course, it will be hard to wash the dishes while traveling. Once I'm done eating, I returned the dishes. Boris is the one in charge of collecting them. Thank you for your hard work, it must have been hard. Not at all, this is my job you see. Well, it was far harder during the war 2 years ago. When I talked to him while I'm returning the dishes, Boris laughed it off and replied so. He is short, but he has a robust figure. If you meet him on the street, you'll certainly be wary of him. See you in the tent later then. After saying that, I returned to our tent. When the sun sets, everyone in the garrison goes to bed except for the guards. Supply unit are not asked to keep watch so we could all went to bed quickly. We got our own special jobs after all. I decided to follow suit, and then I slept with Sandro and Matisse, who also returned to the tent after they had finished their work. I'm glad that I could sleep anywhere. The next morning. I swiftly get ready and then I ate my breakfast as quickly as possible. Our breakfast is the same soup as last night, paired with hard bread. I soak the bread in the soup to soften it. It is not really that hard that it cannot be eaten if you won't soak it though. I guess it was because it's not that long since it was baked. I finished eating it in a way that it's almost like I'm pouring it down the drain. In this situation, the experience I had in the previous world when I was so busy with work was useful. It's an experience that I don't want to bring back though. When breakfast time was over, tents and stoves were being packed and loaded onto the wagons. Dozens of soldiers worked together to finish loading the wagons in about an hour. In between that, Matisse led the horses and connects them to their respective wagons. It seems that the soldiers were assigned to be the coachman for each wagon. Sandro and I got into the wagon assigned to the supply unit. At that moment, a petite woman also jumped inside the wagon in a hurry. I am just on time. She's out of breath but she looked rather glad that she made it. As I was thinking that, Matisse, who was sitting next to me, whispered. That's right. He didn't say much but Matisse makes a curt and straightforward statement. In this case, he meant to say that she is the civil official I told you about yesterday, but his words were overwhelmingly short. Well, it's okay since I got what he's trying to say though. I approached the woman who was out of breath and then I talked to her. Are you okay? Do you want some water? Yes. Thank you very much. She took the canteen that I offered to her and took 2 quick sips. As soon as she had caught her breath, I speak to her again. My name is Izu, I've been invited to join the supply unit as a blacksmith. I'm pleased to meet you. Oh, that's very kind of you, thank you. I'm Frederica Skulter, a civil officer within the supply unit. So as a blacksmith, you'll be doing the repairs, is it? Yes. That's what I've been asked to do. Any armor in need of repair will be reported to me at once. I will then ask Izu-san to repair those that may come to me. It would be great if you could concentrate on repairing those. Understood. Those items that needed repair will be reported. Well, if I repaired them half-heartedly, I will be raking on profit but the cost of that would also be high. It's also stressful if I have to deal with beyond saving repairs. Thus it would be much more helpful to me if I would not allow that to happen from the start. And like this, the wagon carrying all the supply unit started running slowly. Finally, the expedition begins. Chapter 106, On the Way. The wagons on which the subjugation team is riding on goes out of the capital through the main street of the city. It's not done so as to appeal to the people but because it is the only street which is wide enough to let big wagons pass through. With a glimpse outside of the carriage, I saw the usual variety of races seeing off the convoy from the roadside with eyes that were neither full of admiration nor contempt. Hopefully they'll be greeted with applause and praise when they return. The wagon went on a road that is in a different direction from the way towards the city. The ride is very uncomfortable. The younger ones, Matisse, Martin and Boris seemed to be doing well but the older ones, Sandro and I, could only complain about our lower backs and butts. Miss Frederica also grumbles that her butt hurts. I wonder if there is also a concept of sexual harassment in this world. Anyway, I didn't dare hold her because it could be considered as sexual harassment. I should prepare a cushion or something like that later on. We had a short break before the sun passed midpoint. We hurriedly got out of the wagon and did some stretching. I heard a cracking sound in my lower back. It is quite painful. As there was a river nearby, we fetched water by ourselves. There are already many soldiers in the river. Some of them were washing their faces downstream. Marius and his men can't be seen upstream. It seems that they too are having a hard time traveling in a horse-drawn wagon with chains tightly pulling the passenger cabin. He is constantly rubbing around his waist. I wonder if it would be better if the wagons had leaf springs. Well, it's not in my intention to spread that. Comparing the previous world and this world, the first one is one with advanced technology after all. I went back to the wagon, took some dried meat out of the luggage and nibble on it. I'm not going to do any physical activity today, so I can't just chew on this slowly to quench my hunger. That should be enough to last me until dinner. The others also did the same outside the wagon. However, Miss Frederica, who is currently inside the wagon, is not eating. She is flipping through something, perhaps she's looking over the inventory of the supplies. Will you not eat? You may get car sickness in the wagon, so it's better if you eat something. If you're too hungry, your head won't work that well either. I forgot to bring mine. When I asked her, Miss Frederica just answered that and she did not say anything else. Is this your first time in this kind of work? Yes. I usually calculate tax withholding. Generally, a desk work. It looks like she's still young, so I guess she didn't think much of it. I took another piece of dried meat and offered it to Miss Frederica. Young people have to eat properly. No, that's Izu-san's consumption arrangement will be messed up, you know. I've already took it out. Besides, I also brought some extras, so it's fine. Feel free to take it. Miss Frederica was still reluctant, but when I firmly recommended it again, she said, thanks then. She looks like a squirrel chewing on it slowly. She nibbled on it for a while and then her eyes opened wide. It's a dried meat, but it's delicious. Well, it is a special product of my Izu workshop, you see. I smiled and replied to Miss Frederica, who cried out in admiration. In fact, the dried meat I brought this time is not only salted but pepper was also added on it. The dried meat is specially made from the Black Forest's deer meat. If I were to sell it, it will surely fetch a good price. But since I am a blacksmith, I have no plans on selling it and it will be for our consumption only. I ate mine while watching Miss Frederica happily chewing on the dried meat. After a little less than an hour break, we boarded the wagons and then we proceeded on our way again. I don't feel that good, but I could endure it until evening. After half a day has passed, we started talking more, perhaps because the initial tension between us has now disappeared. Right now we are having a conversation about each other's job. It seems that Sandro Oyerson and his men are running a large restaurant in the capital. He was laughing when he said that they would give me better food if I went there. I asked him if it was okay for him to take a week off from work. He said that the other store will help him for a while. I can't somehow see Oyerson's popularity. Matisse seems to be one of several groom in the Immerl family. He usually takes care of the horse on which Marius is riding today. It seems that the old man, Matisse Superior, is dedicated to this expedition. In his usual slow tone, he said that he had been there before Matisse came, so it was only natural that he should be in charge. Miss Frederica, as she said earlier, is involved in a tax-related job. She is not a tax collector, but her job involves in the collection of taxes. It's completely a desk work, to be exact. It seems that she was instructed by her superior to join here when they were discussing about the formation of the subjugation team. The chain of command is under Marius, but the country manages it. The materials for the subjugation team are provided by the country as well. And since there will be disbursements for the materials, it would be inconvenient for the commander to manage it directly. As for me, I said that I am just a blacksmith living in a remote area. That I wholesaled my goods to Camilo's store and I came here with his help. Well, if I said that I was invited directly by Marius, I will no longer be considered as a normal blacksmith. Long before the sun went down, we found a suitable place to camp, so we decided to camp there today. Soldiers unload the luggage from the wagons loaded with tents and stove. Sandra Oyerson and the others are also in charge of setting up the stoves while Miss Frederica manages the consumption of ingredients. Matisse took care of the horses that were tired from pulling the wagons the whole day, and each of them appears to be busy in each of their own works. I was the only one who had nothing to do. I thought about helping them, but if I didn't do it well, I would just get in their way, so I just went to the horse that had eaten the fodder and finished drinking water. We got nothing to do, huh? Brrr. We watched such scene together. Chapter 107, Arrival. Eventually, tents were lined up all over the area and smoke rose from the stoves. There's also firewood piled up on the bonfire pit, but since the sun has not yet set, it will not be lit until later. After setting up their tents, the soldiers had a temporary break while waiting for the food to be prepared. Since there is no source of water nearby, the water in the barrels are used for both food and provisions. Tomorrow's lunch break will be near a water source again, so we'll do the refill there. Miss Frederica is also keeping a record of how much water we have used. Each time we arrived at an encampment, Miss Frederica seemed to be quite busy running around. Considering that a total of about 50 soldiers, 12 days worth of food and firewood, 3 days worth of water, cooking utensils, including the stoves, a set of things for blacksmithing work and the fodder for the horses are carried in wagons, a considerable number of wagons have been mobilized. Well, in case of war, the number of soldiers moving around is different, so they don't need to ride in the wagons, they are asked to walk instead. And to some extent, they are requisitioned, so the number of wagons is reduced in proportion to that, but in any case, logistics is surely a tough job. When the food is ready, a long line is automatically formed. Well, there is no way to reduce this, of course. We, the supply team, will head there after the line is gone. We will have our dinner together with Sandra Oyerson and his men. Our dinner is stewed dried meat placed on a dish-shaped hard bread. The bread is hard, but it's not that you can't bite into it, it can't be eaten as it is. In short, it's used as a substitute for a plate. There is no source of water here, and with this, we won't waste some water to wash the dishes. The supply unit eats meals with the escort team, Delmut-san and the others, in a friendly atmosphere. In this situation, eating meals together and getting along well on the way will help for us to be concerned in helping each other in case of emergency, and above all, this is the best way to enjoy meals. We finished eating while talking about random things. After the meal, we had a free time until the sun sets. I asked Miss Frederica if she had any spare pieces of cloth, needles and threads. As soon as I said that, she quickly walked to a wagon. The way she walks is like a squirrel. She's a young lady giving off an impression of a small animal in general. I also followed her while feeling somehow relaxed. It's okay if it's from this wagon. The materials here are from my Merle family and I'm told that you can't use it freely. I see. Thank you. When I thanked Miss Frederica, she bowed in reply and then she left quickly. It took me some time to find them, but luckily, I found a blanket, a piece of cloth, a needle and a thread. It will be used for spares or when repairing the clothes that are torn, I guess. Everything else has some spares as well, so it wouldn't be a problem if I could return them back. I returned to the tent, then I make a bag out of a piece of cloth. I fold it in half and sew both ends together without cutting it. The seams can't be rough as they are not stuffed with cotton. After sewing that part, I turn it over, stuff the blanket on it, sew the opening closed, and there I have it. I made a simple cushion. I'll give it to Miss Frederica tomorrow. Well, women are in different tents. I don't want to carelessly approach her and be misunderstood. The sun has set, so the bonfire was lit. All that's left for today is to go to bed. All the soldiers except the ones on shifts are going back to their respective tents. We are no exception to that. We quickly wrapped ourselves in blankets and lay down. I was unexpectedly tired, and soon, the drowsiness took me to the world of sleep. The next morning, I woke up just before the sun came up. The cooks seemed to be up already. They work hard. I slowly got up, took out a water bottle from my luggage, took a sip, and went outside the tent to exercise. Since I'm going to be inside the wagon most of the time today as well, I need to actively move my body. As soon as the sun rises, breakfast begins. All the supply unit take breakfast together. We eat together, talking about the day's itinerary. After that, we will load everything into the wagon and took our leave, so I also took it out. We then got inside the wagon. Frederica-san. Yes. Please take this. I give Miss Frederica the simple cushion I made yesterday. This is. You can't sit on it. It will probably be better. Oh, I see. Thank you. Miss Frederica received it with a smile and then she sit on it. Well, yeah, I don't think it was necessary for me to do that. But, well, never mind. Miss Frederica, who is in a good mood sitting on the cushion, looks more and more like a small animal. The sight of her makes the people inside the wagon feel much more relaxed. This alone was worth the effort of making it. This day's lunch break was also near a water source like the day before. When I got out of the wagon, Miss Frederica said, "The pain in my butt is much tolerable now. Thank you very much." She thanked me. She's such a cute child, she honestly expressed that she's happy. It's no different whether it's in blacksmithing or in this kind of work. I'm happy when people are pleased with what I made. I almost patted her on the head, but I managed to hold it back. After that, it was the same thing as yesterday until we reached our destination. Not many thieves or beasts would attack a large number of armed men on the march, and the weather was not particularly bad either, so we went on smoothly. And then, on the evening of the third day, we finally set up a camp in an open space near the target cave. Base construction will begin tomorrow morning. Chapter 108, Mission begins. Last night, we only managed to set up a camp here because we just arrived after the long travel. However, from today onwards, this will be the front-line base of the subjugation team, so additional setup is required accordingly. The tent for living space is sufficient as it was during the camping, but now, a larger tent for the command center is being built by the soldiers. In another place, stakes have been driven into the ground to create something like a simple stable. I also proceeded on building a simple smithy which will be my workplace here. I dug a hole, set up 2 pillars, and covered them with cloth for a roof. It may be easier to picture out if you imagine the hypotenuse of the triangle as the cloth, the bottom as the ground, and the rest as openings. I made a fire bed using bricks near the widest opening. Well, it would have been difficult to assemble the bricks in such a way that the wind from the bellows would be wafted properly. What helped me on that was the blacksmith cheat I have. It appears that it also works when setting up a forge, so I know where to put the forge to get the most work done. I wonder if this is a means in case something happens and I don't have any other option but to abandon that house and rebuild one. Looking at the tent structure, it's obvious that I didn't know how to efficiently set it up. It seems that it is neither a part of production nor a blacksmith. Well, it's a given, I guess. There will be no furnace this time. It's just something that can't be fixed by heating it on the fire bed anyway. Besides, there's no further work to be done either. Although if it takes 2 weeks or more, I think it would be much better to bring a furnace and iron ores. With the help of Delmut-san, we placed the anvil near the fire bed. Then we brought a barrel of charcoal and a barrel of water. In addition to that, in an upside-down position, I also placed the 3 small barrels, which were emptied during the journey, inside the tent. I used one as a chair near the anvil, the other as a tool holder close to the chair, and the last one as a whetstone stand. It now finally resembled a smithy. After that, I took the hammer and chisel, a specially made one, and the statue of the goddess from my luggage inside our tent. I then make a shelf to place the statue of the goddess and attach it to the pillar. Naturally, I don't want to just put it on the ground. Izu's workshop branch office is completed by leaning the shovel, for throwing charcoal into the fire bed, and pincers in the tool holder, placing the hammer and chisel brought from the house on top of it, and installing the whetstone on the whetstone stand. I'm now ready to accept any number of repairs. While I'm looking at the state of the branch office, Miss Frederica approached me with quick steps. She also looked at the state of the branch office and expressed her admiration. Whoa, it's amazing. No matter how I look at it, it's a smithy. That's because I'm a blacksmith, you know. I think you can sell knives and shears. Miss Frederica laughs and jokes while writing something on the document she's holding. Well, since it will be a war-zone price, it will be expensive. Izu-san is very predatory, huh? Yeah, I'm a miserly blacksmith, you see. Me and Miss Frederica laugh as we exchanged such friendly banter. Tell me if the charcoal and water are about to run out. Oh yeah, Izu-san, as for your working hours, you can't just go to the command center. Also, like I said before we arrive here, I'll be bringing the repair requests. That's all I want you to fix. Please note that anything that does not pass through me will not be compensated. Then, if I don't care about the remuneration, I don't need to go through Miss Frederica. Well, that's just a thought, I don't need to bother her in saying that. Understood. I replied with a smile. It's a good thing that I finally opened the branch office, but of course there's no work to do yet. As I walked toward the cooking area, I saw a lizardman in leather armor and a Marito soldier coming back. They were probably scouting since they were coming from the direction where the cave was. They then continued to walk towards the command post. The other soldiers were building a fence with the trees they had cut down. As expected, there are no elves or giants in sight, but there are lizardmen and dwarfs in the subjugation team. The dwarf soldiers were giving instructions on where to build the fence, and the human soldiers were listening to them as they set up the fence with those woods. I walked past them till I reached the cooking area. Sandro Oyerson is cleaning the knives, and the 2 young men were nowhere to be seen. Although I referred to him as Oyerson, my mind and actual age is not that different from his. But since my physical body has rejuvenated, I have to address him accordingly. Hi, Oyerson. Oh, it's you, Izu. What's the matter? No, nothing. I already built my workplace, but I don't think that I'll be doing some work for the time being. Then I thought I could sharpen your knife. Oh, I see. They will set out at least once today, but it won't be for a while. Until they come back, you don't have much work to do, I guess. Right. That's also why I don't know what to do with my spare time. Well, since it's the life for a chef, I won't be forcing you. Not really. Well, since you want to, I'll leave it to you then. I'm almost done with mine, but I still have to do theirs. Which reminds me, what about those two? They are out fetching water with the soldiers. I see. Everyone is busy, huh? Will I also be busy soon? Well, it's not a good thing to be busy because it means that their armor will be damaged. Given that, getting busy will be tricky. This one, this, and this one, right? I picked up the 3 knives and confirm it with Oyerson. Yes, I'll leave them to you. All right, I'll bring them back in an hour. Oh, you. I went back to the branch office with the knives in my hand. If this is in the town, this situation is totally no good. At that moment, I saw some soldiers gathering in an area. I could also see Marius on a platform. He's probably giving them a warning before they set off. If that's the case, they might come back while I'm still sharpening the knives if I don't hurry a bit. I stopped walking in a leisurely manner and then I hurriedly returned to my workplace. Chapter 109, Branch Office starts operating. Holding the 3 knives, I quickly returned to the branch office. I then moisten the whetstone with water and start sharpening one of them. It's not in a condition where I have to be thorough with the maintenance, but even with a cheat, I still had to show my professionalism. Using my cheat, I sharpened the blade at an appropriate angle. At first, I thought of lightly hitting the entire blade, but since time might be pressing, I decided to just concentrate on sharpening it. Even with my cheat, there is a limit to the extent in which I can improve its performance just by resharpening the blade. It will be troublesome for the younger ones if I made it to the extent where it could also cut the cutting board. And yeah, there is no need to improve the performance to that extent in the first place. I simply sharpened the blades, and since they were originally maintained well, it didn't take as long as I expected to process the 3 knives. Finally, I rinsed them with water, wiped them with a cloth, and then I head back to the kitchen area. A while ago, I saw the subjugation team gathered in that place, but right now, no one is there anymore. It seems that they already head out for the subjugation. They were probably on a reconnaissance mission to find out what kind of monsters were there and how large is their number. In that case, they would probably come back before too much damage was done to them. I guess I don't have much time to laze around. Upon arriving at the kitchen area, Martin and Boris are already back. They are lining up the barrels of water in the kitchen. Sandra Oyerson, on the other hand, is preparing the ingredients for dinner. Oyerson, it's done. Oh, thank you. I handed the knives to Oyerson. Oyerson took the knife I handed to him and stared at it for a while. He then picked up the ingredients for dinner, quickly cleaned them and began cutting them on the pan. The ingredients that were masterfully sliced were almost of the same size and they fit the pan perfectly. Oh, that's impressive. I should be the one saying that. Izu, you've got excellent skill. It's too good for them to use this. Well, it's maintained well originally, also. It is my job. Ha, I see. With ga ha ha ha, Oyerson laughed heartily. I'll check it tomorrow if you want. Okay, I'll leave it to you. All right. I waved my hand and left the kitchen. Oyerson's angry voice saying, I won't forgive you guys if you treat this poorly, echoed out behind me. After stopping by our tent on my way, I came back to my workstation and immediately started to make a fire with charcoal on the fire bed. I could have started it after the subjugation team came back and I received a request, but I wanted to get it done as soon as possible. Besides, there are some things I wanted to check while I'm at it. When the charcoals were hot enough, I grabbed a piece of sheet metal that I had brought with me when I stopped by the tent and put it in the fire bed. I did bring a few things with me, in case something went wrong. If it is the kitchen knife of Oyerson and the others, it would not be possible for me to stop in the middle of my repair, but for this one, I can't stop working on it whenever I want. I think I'll be using extra charcoal, but if Miss Frederica scolds me about it, I'll just ask her to deduct the cost on my pay. While manipulating the bellows and adding charcoal, the sheet metal is heated to a temperature at which it can be processed. Around this time, in addition to the fact that it wasn't the usual workplace, there was also the inconvenience of not being able to use magic. So unlike the usual, it took some time. While worrying about whether the subjugation team has returned, I placed the heated sheet metal on the anvil and hit it with my hammer. This part of work is done as per usual. Yes, just like when I'm making a custom model item. I'm not hammering it to make a knife, but to form a spearhead. This does not require large amount of sheet metal, and as for the handle part, it can't even be obtained here or procured locally. The handle can also be removed and the spearhead can be brought back as a small piece, and it can be reused by melting it down. I hit it a few times to get the material well balanced. I also made full use of my cheat this time as I tried to put the particles of magical power together. Then, although it is considerably thinner than usual, enough magical power is stored in the spearhead that would increase the level of its performance. I see. I heard from Lidisan that when the magical power stagnates, a monster is born. Considering that story, and the fact that there is a cave nearby, it's easy to understand that there is a monster in the cave. Well, you can also feel it when you actually work like this. There is a lot of magical power here then, I thought to myself. Furthermore, thinking until that part, I felt the presence of people coming. I then discreetly kept the spearhead that I had grasped with the pincers in the corner of the workplace. It was Miss Frederica who came. Behind her are two soldiers holding a barrel. Izu-san, please repair the weapons in this barrel. Here is the list. Miss Frederica handed a document to me. I received it and read its content. A couple of long swords are chipped and bent, and there are about 2 round shields. It seems like there's only a little bit of damage to be repaired. This won't take much time. All right, I received the order. I gave her a quick response after confirming it. All right then, I'll leave them to you. When you're done, please go to the command post. Miss Frederica left with the soldiers after she thanked me. When she thanked me, her gesture really reminds me of a small animal. Since the team also uses bow, it will be tough because it also involves the calculation for arrow replenishment. Thinking about the hardships of Miss Frederica, I pulled out a sword from the barrel and plunged it into the fire bed to start with my work. Chapter 110, Work on the first day. The longsword was plunged into the fire bed, but the fact that it needs to be heated means that it is that distorted. Normally, it takes a long time to fix such a problem, but this time, I'm going to resort to fully utilize my cheat. I only heat the distorted part and raise the temperature to the level necessary to restore the distortion. This is really very distorted. How did they use this anyway? I wonder if that guy couldn't pull it out after piercing it in, so he opted to pry it out with brute force. If that's indeed the case, is it the work of a dwarf, a beastman, or a lizardman? Now that the temperature has risen, I'm going to remove the distortion by hammering it. If the temperature is raised to the point where it can be fixed and softened like this, it will not be the same even if it is quenched again, so this is where what I checked earlier comes into play. While I'm hammering to fix it, I gradually weave in some magical power to adjust the hardness so that it will be the same as the other part when it is quenched again. This is done by utilizing my cheat, of course. In this way, when the part of the sword with a lot of magical power was hardened, tempered and polished, the longsword, which was almost the same in appearance and performance, would be restored. However, though I'm saying that the sharpness is the same, if you check that exact spot, you can see that some magical power is naturally contained only at that part. You can also tell that its strength has increased a little, and if you look at it closely, you can see that the magical power is added to repair it. Well, if I put magical power into the whole item, it will be more than a high-end model. And for now, this repair will do. As for the other longswords and shield, which are less distorted, I will fix them by just directly hammering them without heating them. Though the shield will have some bent parts, it will still be usable. The longsword has a big chip in the blade, so I decided to sharpen it as a first aid. If the chip is too big, I may need to repair it by splicing a piece of iron. Normally, I would not do this, but since it is a first aid measure in a war zone, it should be sufficient. If any of the items brought in this time had large cracks or were totally broken, they would be discarded without being repaired. Well, I'll be checking whether they can be repaired or not, so it's safe to say that there were no weapons that went that way this time. It would have been fine if I had assumed that the greatly distorted one I mentioned earlier was also unrepairable, but this time, I wanted to make sure that the method I used earlier would work, so it was subsequently done. If I am to say one excuse, I'll say that I wanted to establish a method for quick repair so that even if I run out of spare longswords, I can repair the distorted ones and have them use it first. Well, no, it's really my aim. After I finished my work, I headed to the command center with the documents I had been given. The sun is already working on its one last job of dyeing the surrounding orange. The soldiers are going back and forth while preparing bonfires for the night. I'd better hurry or I'm going to miss my dinner. When I entered the tent on the command center, Marius, Leroy, and some other soldiers were discussing something. They were probably having a long strategy meeting for tomorrow's full-scale battle. I then found Miss Frederica dealing with some papers at a simple desk in a corner. I then presented the documents I'm holding to her. I'm done for today's work. Oh, as expected, Izu-san sure is fast. Well, there weren't many things to do today. While glancing and pointing at the list of documents, Miss Frederica says, "All of this?" "Yes. Nothing was irreparable." "All right. I'll send the soldiers to pick them up later. Thank you for your hard work today." "Okay, then I'll go ahead." As I bowed to Miss Frederica and was leaving the tent, I glanced at Marius and our eyes met. And for a moment, his expression seemed to be unusual. Well, in such a place, a blacksmith can't just simply say, "How are you doing?" to the count. I then head back to the branch office and cleaned up the mess. Just as I was wondering what to do, a soldier came to pick up the weapons that I had fixed, so I said, "Thank you for your hard work," and then I handed the items over to him. This completes my work for the day then. I'll head to Oyason's place, have dinner, and then I'll go to bed. It is already getting dark and the bonfires were lighting up the surrounding darkness, so I hurriedly went to the kitchen area, where some of the soldiers were having a late dinner. I wonder if they had come to eat during their shift change. It also appears that the rest of the supply team, other than me and Miss Frederica, has already finished eating. Well, I do felt apologetic that I'm going to eat first. Today's menu was still stewed dried meat, but it was more like a stew with some root vegetables and something that looks like a potato. Yeah, it's a potato. Potato is a crop that would be very helpful if we could grow them in our garden. When we go back after the expedition, I'll have to check with Oyerson to find out where to buy it. With that in mind, I ate the delicious stew that Oyerson and the others had made. Chapter 111, Beginning of the Second Day. I finished eating the supper Oyerson had prepared, returned the dishes and then I went to bed. If tomorrow is a full-scale subjugation, there is no doubt that I will be busy. If I don't go to bed early and regain my energy, this 30-year-old body will not be physically fit for it. When I returned to our tent and lay down with a blanket on, drowsiness came over to me quickly, probably because I am tired. The next morning, when the sun rises, I get up and do some light exercise, get myself ready and then I head to the kitchen area. Oyerson and the others have already finished preparing the breakfast and they are already waiting for us to come to eat. Good morning, Oyerson. Oh, good morning. Oyerson is quite energetic from the morning, huh? Of course. It's no good sharing your energy if you look grouchy. Oh, Oyerson is indeed a professional. That's a given. Oyerson's energy is definitely something to learn from. I took my breakfast of soup and bread and then I went to a simple table that is vacant. The soup had a lot of ingredients in it and it is a solid meal for breakfast. A soldier would have to eat something like this to be able to survive. The bread was softer than the one we had eaten on the way here, probably because it was baked after we arrived here. There's a possibility that I'll be busy by noon, so I'll have to eat well too. Looking sideways at the soldiers who are eating in a hurry, I eat slowly and steadily. I felt a little bad for them, but I'm sure they'll understand that my age and the work I have to do are different. While I was eating like this, Miss Frederica came over to me with her breakfast. Good morning, Izu-san. Good morning, Frederica-san. Miss Frederica puts her meal across from me but she looks very sleepy. You look so sleepy. Did you stay late last night? Yes. The Count had been planning the strategy until late, so I calculated the supplies accordingly. After saying that, Miss Frederica yawns, looking fluffy and cute. Thank you for your hard work. But you shouldn't stay up that late. I heard it's the arch-enemy of young women's beauty. Thank you. However, it can't be helped even if I care about my beauty. Miss Frederica says so, but she's basically prettier compared to the noble ladies I saw at Marius' party. I'm sure there are many women who wouldn't be relieved if they weren't dressed like they do now. I think Frederica-san should be more confident. You are prettier compared to those noble ladies. I said that while carrying the soup to my mouth. No, that sort of. Miss Frederica is mumbling to herself. I can't tell whether she's embarrassed or not. However, it's no good if we felt awkward from the morning, so let's change the topic. By the way, is it likely that there will be more repairs today? Miss Frederica thinks while holding a wooden spoon, that she used to scoop some soup, in her mouth. She's looking straight ahead, but her focus is not on me. This is one of the things I've learned about her over the past few days. She has a tendency to look into the distance when she's thinking. I think it will probably increase. The Count said that he was prepared for some loss, you see. I see. Either there are many or there are strong enemies. I think they came back yesterday after they figured it out to some extent. Well, I think Miss Frederica was also thinking about how much she could share to me, a mere blacksmith, but I guess she told me a part of her supply plan. If that's the case, it would be better to bring about 2 more barrels of charcoal. The fire bed also uses quite a lot of charcoal. In that situation, it may not be that easy to ask for help. I understand. I'll arrange for it. Miss Frederica looked up at the void and muttered 3 times, 2 barrels of charcoal at Izu-san's place. This is the second habit of her. When she have something important and she can't write it on a paper, she memorizes it 3 times. Sorry for the inconvenience, but I'll leave it to you. No problem. Today as well, Miss Frederica responded to me with a smile like that of a small animal. After that, we talked about a few trivial things as we finished our meal. In the end, I didn't ask her why she was chosen to be the civilian in charge of supplies this time. Well, she mentioned that she didn't have any actual combat experience, so I guess the purpose of why she's here was to give her some real combat experience. On my way to the branch office after I had my breakfast, I saw a group of fully armed soldiers. They were not lined up, probably because their departure was not yet scheduled. And among them, there are some figure that I had not seen yesterday. They were slim, long-eared men-elves to be precise. Just as I thought, I wasn't surprised to see an elf. As I tried yesterday, I realized that there is a lot of magical power around here. In that case, it's no surprise that elves, who need to absorb magical power on a regular basis and can only live in such a place, have settled down in this area. It is natural to think that if there is a concern about monsters in one's own home, it is a given that they would offer their help to eradicate those monsters. They need a supply of magical power, but if there is a cave or other space nearby where magic is stagnant, there will surely be a risk of monsters wandering around. Feeling a little sympathetic towards them, I headed back to the branch office to focus on my work for today. Chapter 112, Craftsman's Tools. I was in high spirit, but I don't have work to do so far as the subjugation team hasn't even left yet. Maybe it would have been better if I did what Oyerson told me and slept until afternoon. Going back to sleep now is it's kind of inconvenient, and even if I am to say I'll help with something, there's almost nothing I can work on yet before their departure. In that case, it would be better to finish the spearhead that I kept inconspicuously in the corner of the branch office and make it as a warm-up exercise. I decided to do so and started igniting the leftover charcoal from yesterday's work. As the fire on the fire bed was starting to build up, I manipulated the bellows to send in some wind. When the fire was sufficiently ablaze, I heated the spearhead that I had brought out discreetly from the corner. I added more charcoal and operated the bellows to raise the temperature further. When it was hot enough, I took it out and hammered it to shape it. Since I don't intend to give it to anyone else, I'm applying the method for creating custom model. However, compared in the Black Forest where my main workshop is located, the magical power here is definitely thinner. It will be able to boost the performance of the item, but I don't think that it will be as good as what I made over there. Even if I make a knife using the same method, if it's made at the main workshop, the entire log stand will be split apart. But at this branch office, it can only cut up till the half or a third of the log. Still, such performance is already good enough. As I was working like that, about 4 soldiers brought me 2 barrels of charcoal. It was unexpectedly quick. I guess it's because Miss Frederica is not that busy at the moment. When everyone returns from the subjugation, the lid of the cauldron of hell will then be opened. Oh, I'm sorry for troubling you guys. You could put it next to the barrel over there. Understood. The soldiers left after they put down the barrel. The subjugation team were probably already on their way to the cave, so they must be the ones left behind serving as the guards here. It's possible that I used some of their break time. I do feel a little guilty when I think about it, but I'll let the younger ones work to their heart's content. With such black thoughts in my head, I tried to go back to work. However, at that moment, I heard a loud voice, and the source of that voice appeared before me. Izu. I'm here for you to check my knife. It is Sandra Oyerson. Oh. Right, I did told him yesterday that I would check it myself. Ha, being forgetful can't be helped when you get older. All right. I replied to him without revealing that I completely forgot about it. 2 knives were handed over to me. It's one big and small-sized knife with a shape like that of a butcher's knife. Their shape were almost the same, it's just that the larger one is about 2 smaller knives combined, and as for the larger one, it may not be used that often. I think I'll be done in half an hour, I said as I inspect the 2 knives. As expected of Oyerson. The maintenance is almost perfect. A good craftsman has first-class tools, but maintenance for the tools should also be first-class. That's because it's no different from the care for our arms, hands and fingertips. As far as the maintenance of kitchen knives is concerned, there may be a part where Oyerson is better than Reich. If it's only about that long, can't I watch? Oyerson asks in a rare, not so loud voice. It is still a big voice though. Well, the fact that he doesn't sound timid comes from his size and the volume of his voice. It's fine with me, but it might be boring for you though. No, I also thought that it might help me when I'm doing it. Oh, I see. It's not like I have a reason to refuse him, but since he said that, all the more that there is no reason for me to decline. I readily agreed to Oyerson's request. I'm going to hit it to make some adjustments, but please don't be surprised. Okay. I informed Oyerson in advance. It's no good if he felt offended if I hit it suddenly. I put the knife on the anvil and check it with my cheat. It seems that it was made by a skilled craftsman, which is why it is quite good. If I inadvertently put magical power, it will end up with a great sharpness, so I don't need to weave some magical power. However, I carefully hammered it to correct the slight distortions and variations in its structure. It's done in a way that there's no change to the shape, of course. I can't do it because of my several cheat. No tempering is done in this process. Well, when I looked at it, I know that it would be taking more than an hour's work if I am to do some tempering. Both pieces were made in this way to remove distortions and variations in the structure. It's about as good as a high-end model in my workshop. What? When the work is nearly finished, Oyerson exclaimed in admiration. I have no idea how you are doing it. Well, that's the thing about this work. This work is not within the scope of normal maintenance, you see. And you see, I don't have any idea what you guys do when you prepare our food either. That's indeed so if you put it that way. Actually, there is more than a difference in professions, and even a normal blacksmith probably doesn't know what I was doing, but I'll still dare to say that. Oyerson believed me unquestioningly too. I think you can't understand it from here. Oh, you. I'm sure he has done a lot of work on the sharpening process, and although he may not understand the details, he should understand what I'm doing. I'm going to sharpen it slower than usual. Of course, I'll utilize my cheats to make it sharper. Basically, it's a matter of angle, but I think its sharpness will increase even when it's sharpened normally because of the adjustments I made earlier. It didn't take much time because the original maintenance was pretty good. If it's Oyerson, since he is already good at it, he can take care of these knives by himself without any problem. All right, we are now done. From what I can see, I think Oyason's way of taking care of it will be enough. I handed the 2 finished knives to Oyason. Oh, sorry for trouble. Not at all, just make a delicious meal for me in exchange with this. Okay, leave that to me. With a louder voice than ever before, Oyason promised me that. Chapter 113, Super Busy. Now that I've finished the maintenance of Oyason's kitchen knives, I'm ready to finish the spearhead. The temperature of the fire bed, which had dropped during the maintenance of the kitchen knife, is raised again by operating the bellows. Charcoals hold its heat well, so there was no need to reignite it. I grabbed the spearhead with the pincers and put it in the fire bed, add some charcoal and then I send in some wind. The flames that died down come back to life and it then raised the temperature of the spearhead. Eventually, the cheat detected that the temperature had risen to a level suitable for quenching. I then quickly removed it from the fire bed and placed it in the water to quench it. From the pincers that I held in my hand, I felt that the steel was getting harder. From that feeling, the cheat tells me that it's time, so I took it out of the water. Steam then rises from the spearhead as if it started breathing slowly. After that, I polished the fine bumps on it with the whetstone. Then I sharpened it to attach a blade to it. This now completes the spearhead. Looks like the troops that went to the cave haven't returned yet. I'll go look for a suitable handle then. I left the branch office and head to the wagon loaded with the materials from the Merle family. If it's about the things on that wagon, I don't have to inform Miss Frederica, and if anything happens, I guess I'll just have to reimburse Marius directly in the worst case. And so, I'll use it properly. I don't know when the troops that went to the cave will come back, so I have to find one quickly. When I was rummaging inside the wagon, I found a collection of rods of various lengths. These are probably not the ones used to prevent attacks, but the leftovers from the ones used for the fence around this place. In that case, they probably won't be used anymore. I don't think we'll change places, so there won't be a need for additional fences. I then took out a rod that was a little longer than it should be, and returned to the branch office. When I returned to the branch office, I cut off the rod I brought to turn it to the right length. The other piece that I cut off will be used for other purpose. I pushed the tip of the rod in the part of the spearhead that was open to insert the handle and crimp it. This then completes the spear. I did not make a butt end though. Well, it wouldn't be used in an actual battle either. As for the short end of the rod, I mean, the scrap. I used my knife and hollowed it out to make a miniature cup. I then filled it with water from the canteen and placed it on the shelf where the statue of the goddess is placed. I then placed the spear below the pillar where the kamidana is placed as an offering. It would be better not to come to such a situation, but I hope I can get the blessings of this goddess if I should ever use this spear. Well, the problem is that I don't even know what kind of goddess she is. Just when I thought I was running out of things to do, Matisse came over. I want you to fix the horseshoes, is that okay? Oh, sure. I won't earn money on it, but I don't see a reason to refuse. Thus I accepted it. I thought I'd have more time on my hands, but I guess I'm kind of busy today. When I agreed, Matisse handed me some horseshoes. I checked them with the cheat and found that they were indeed distorted. I don't need to heat them up, so I'll just hit them directly in the anvil and fix them. It's a good horseshoe. As I found out from the cheat, the iron used on it is relatively good. It's a bit of a contradictory, but I think it's too good for a horseshoe. You can't tell. Matisse is back to his usual short words, but he asked in a slightly joyful tone. Yes, that's my main job after all. It is made well, but the materials are quite good too. I see. Matisse spoke in an even more joyful voice. It's hard to tell because his facial expression doesn't change much, but he may be surprisingly more straightforward than I thought. It took me some time, but I hit all the horseshoes and finished fixing them. I used cheats for every process, and since it wasn't a weapon, I decided that it wouldn't be a problem to strengthen it, so I infused some magical power on it. In this way, it would probably last much longer than a normal horseshoe. All right, it's done. I'm sorry for the trouble, thanks a lot. Don't worry about it. This is also an experience for me. I respond with a wave of my hand. Does Izu make horseshoes too? Well, I'll make it if it's requested, but for now, I'm mostly making weapons. I see. Matisse said so, but it's hard to tell if he's sad or satisfied because his facial expression doesn't change that much. Speaking of that, should I consider that horseshoes could be ordered too? After Matisse received the horseshoes, he thanked me again in a prolonged way of speaking and headed for the stables. As soon as I thought I could take a break, the next job came in. It seems that the subjugation team that headed to the cave has returned, as Miss Frederica came running into the branch office with a repair request form and barrels full of weapons carried by the soldiers. I'm sorry, Izu-san. I want you to fix all this. Miss Frederica says in an unprecedented anxious tone. Looking at the amount of weapons that she wants me to repair, it seems that there are a lot of injured people. The command post is probably hectic now. I understand. Please put it there for the time being. I'll leave them to you. Miss Frederica left in a hurry again. I'm sure she'll be managing the other materials after this. Thanks for your hard work. Let's see. After I saw Miss Frederica off, I started checking the inventory on the request form given to me. Chapter 114, Mass Repair. There were many longswords on the list, a few shields, and one breastplate armor. I could imagine their fierce battle. How I wish I could finish all of these today. However, there are about 4 barrels brought by the soldiers. This may not be done by the end of today. I then took everything out of the barrel. There was a large amount of weapons inside the 4 barrels. They are now all crammed inside the branch office as I arrayed them. I put them in the order of the least time to fix. By repairing the ones that take the least amount of time to repair, I hope to get as many of them back into their usable condition as possible. At the same time, by doing so, more weapons will be usable. When it comes to an emergency, each piece could mean a difference between their life and death. The first step is to repair the lightly damaged longswords. As there is no need to prepare fire, the work process itself is as simple as hitting it. Of course, something that can't be fixed by hitting it once or twice is not considered as damaged in the first place, so it wouldn't be brought here. In other words, it is a certainty that at the very least, this will take more time to fix. However, if I don't start, I can't finish these items, so I picked one up, placed it on the anvil, and hammered it while checking for distortions using my cheat. It was a bit forced, but thanks to the cheat, I was able to repair one in less time. There are nearly 2 digits more to go. I didn't have time to feel relieved or tired, so I put the repaired one in a barrel and started hitting the next one. I continued to work hard on the repair, and then I eventually finished repairing everything that needed correction for minor distortion. I also placed the ones that requires sharpening together with them, and I then carried the barrel containing them near the whetstone stand. I also carried an empty barrel and lined it up near the whetstone stand. I pulled one out of the barrel containing the longswords and sharpened it while checking it with my cheat. As I don't need to worry too much about the finishing touches, I just made sure that it's ready for use. Since it is more efficient to do the same work together, I adjusted the sharpening process so that I could fix it all together. One piece is finished in less than a minute. Without the cheat, it would have taken more time, but if I use the cheat without caring about the finishing touches, it will take much less time. Once I finished that, I took the next longsword out of the barrel, sharpened it, and then I placed it into the other barrel. Then eventually, the barrel containing the unsharpened ones is emptied out. With this, I'm finally done with the longswords. Totaling to a 2-digit number, the swords are now ready to be returned to the front line. There are still a few heavily distorted swords left unrepaired, but I think I was able to secure a sufficient amount to replenish the supply. The next step is to repair the 2 shields. One of them can't be repaired by just hammering it, but the other one is dented enough that there's even holes. To repair it, it must be heated, and after it's heated, it would also take a lot of time to remove or squeeze the handle of the shield. Therefore, this one is considered to be irreparable. And, even if I check it with my cheat, compared to the sword, it is a certainty that the shield that can't be hit and fixed needs to be hit more. Let's get started then. The shield is gently curved. Therefore, the dented part needs to be repaired along with it. It would be nice to have a baton, but let's do something with my cheat here. The first step is to knock the dent to the opposite side. This is the first step in bringing it back to a near flat state. After that, while adding a little magical power, I hit it at an angle so that the curve returns. Normally, this kind of modification would not result in its original performance. In my previous world, it's like you're trying to put back an empty can that was once dented in the center. At first glance, it may look as if it has returned to its original state, but if you look closely, you will find distortions here and there. In the same way, hitting it from the back will not work that well, but there is something I can do with the combination of my cheat and some magical power. Eventually, the shield has almost regained its original roundness. If I am to check it, I think there are still some small distortions, but the extent of the repair should be enough on the front line. At this point, the sun was already setting down. I still have a breastplate armor to be repaired. I wonder if this is something that needs to be finished today. The heavily distorted longswords have cracks and they need to be heated up, so it will take even longer to repair. I don't have a choice but to forego them. I decided to leave the branch office with the list in my hand and head for the command center. When I entered the tent of the command center, things were starting to calm down inside. It must have been a long time since they returned while I was repairing. Marius and the others were around the table discussing some strategy. They were exchanging some words, but they didn't seem to be arguing, but rather, it's like they were repeatedly reviewing it. Since Miss Frederica had come to request repairs and the order to withdraw had not come down, it's likely that the mission will continue tomorrow regardless of a failure or success. Even if it is extended until the day after tomorrow, it is still as planned, so they may have retreated today, although the damage was relatively minor. Frederica-san. Oh, Izu-san. Is it done? I called out to Miss Frederica even though she seems to be relatively busy in the command center. No, I still have the breastplate left. It's about time for the sun to set. So if I'm going to repair it today, I'm going to need a bonfire. If I need to repair it by the end of the day, I'll arrange for it. I see. I have a spare breastplate, so it can't wait until tomorrow. All right. Next is, the shields and swords here are irreparable. If you really want to, I can't fix them, but it's only for emergency measure. I understand. You can't leave the parts that cannot be repaired as they are. The parts that have been repaired today will be picked up later. Pointing to the list of items that I found irreparable, Miss Frederica takes a new piece of paper and writes something on it. Well, it would affect my payment, and if I am to repair an item separately, there would have to be different request form, whether if I am to repair or melt it down. It's probably something like that. Then I'll bring this back tomorrow. I picked up the list that I brought. It's good if it will be settled tomorrow. Yes, I hope so. I then left the command post and returned to the branch office, thinking about the repair schedule from tomorrow. Chapter 115, Outside the Scope of Business. I tidied up once I returned to the branch office. And while I was waiting for those who will pick up the weapons, I checked the breastplate. Basically, I can't fix it by hammering it, but it needs to be heated a little. I only need to heat the part that needs to be fixed, but just in case, I have to remove the straps, so that's where it will take time. The soldiers arrived not long after I finished cleaning, and they then took the repaired weapons. Work hard and come back again. After this, all I have to do is go to Oyerson, have dinner, and go to bed. Our stay will be extended as planned, so they haven't started cutting down on food yet. I ate a good meal and went back to our tent, and drowsiness came to me quickly. The next morning, after I woke up, I get dressed and then I quickly went to eat breakfast. Some soldiers have come to eat, and as far as I can see, they are not yet demoralized. They are probably trying to finish the job today, and the thought of a triumphant return if they do well today is supporting them. To put it the other way around, if they didn't succeed today, they will have to attack again tomorrow with a reduced number of troops due to injuries or other reasons. They will have to capture the enemy's territory with lower morale then. And depending on the situation of the enemy and ours, we may have to retreat and come back again or wait for reinforcements. If we are to drive a fast horse early this evening and hang on for 6 days, the advance party of reinforcements will arrive with supplies, and the main part of the reinforcements will arrive 2 to 3 days later. However, I can't easily imagine that failure would cast a bad shadow on the future of the Earl family. And if it came down to who would pay for the reinforcements, Earl family would have a larger share than the country. So no matter what happens, they would want to settle the matter today. That said, I'll help him with all my best. With that in mind, I finished my meal and then I went directly to the branch office. After I arrived at the branch office, I built a fire in the fire bed and then I removed the breastplate straps until the temperature has risen. It took a lot of work, but I managed to get them off. The range of my cheat is all blacksmithing related, so it should work for the armor as well. I haven't made one yet because if I am to make it, the number of items that I can't finish is too small to justify the effort. Besides, it's not like I can't sell it as a household item like the knife. Just as the temperature has risen and I was about to start, a young soldier came running towards me. I think he was in a great hurry as he was out of breath. Well, this place was a bit far from the command post after all. Excuse me, the Count is calling for you. The soldier then told me that. The Count? Yes. It's urgent. All right. Let's go. I'm worried about the cleaning up of the fire bed, but since it wouldn't be a problem if it's left unattended, I decided to head there immediately. As I followed the soldier to the command post, I saw a group of soldiers wearing metal and leather armor gathering in the square. As inspection, Leroy was getting reports and such. They would be heading for the cave in a little while. I hope they can't settle it today. Your Excellency, the blacksmith is here. The soldier informed Marius once we entered the tent. Aside from our personal friendship, in here, he is the Count and I am only a blacksmith, so I don't have objection to the soldier's word. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone leave for a while first. In a composed manner, Marius replied and ordered them to leave. And soon, several soldiers and Miss Frederica went out in succession. Miss Frederica glanced at me with worried look in her eyes. It's probably not a punishment. It may be worse than that. In this way, there were only 2 people in the command post, me and Marius. Is it really that of a big deal that you need to make those people leave? Now that it's only me and Marius, I spoke in a casual tone. Yeah. No, it's not a big deal. I say it's not a big deal, but... Strangely, Marius hesitated to speak. You don't have to hesitate at this point, you know. Well, of course, I'll get my portion for that. I laughed and urged him to speak. Then, I'm sorry Izu, but I want you to be one of the escort as we go to the cave. It's not me that you'll guard though. It's someone from the nearby elf village. We need help to contain the source of monsters, you see. Are you short of soldiers? No, it's not impossible to assign one from here. Even if I am to pull out a couple of people from the guards on this camp, the defense here will still be fine. We don't have a problem in terms of numbers, but they don't have that ability. Almost all of them are recruits. Some of the captains who manages the unit of 10 people have some experience, but they have their own job to do. And as an escort, you must protect yourself as well as the safety of the subject. Whether or not you are prepared to risk your life to protect the subject in an emergency, there is no point in being an escort if the escort will die easily. I'm just a blacksmith though. Knowing that he couldn't just ask a blacksmith, I tried to refuse. Izu is good at it, right? It's futile. Marius knew that at that time, during the turmoil, the Marquise intimidated me and that I managed to overcome that pressure. All right. However, you should prepare for a reason as to why me, a blacksmith, was assigned as an escort. For that, I'll say you were so enthusiastic about military arts that you became a blacksmith in pursuit of your own weapon. Only, when it finally suited your taste, you were far better than a recruit. Even the cover story was already prepared, huh? I shrugged my shoulders and somewhat reluctantly agreed. We are leaving already, right? Yeah. We are supposed to meet the escort target when we move a little away from here. Understood. Then, let me prepare first. Please do. I waved my hand to indicate that I understood, and then I sprinted to our tent to get my things. Chapter 116, Departure for the Front. First, I went back to our tent and took my short sword. I then hurried back to the branch office, scraped off the excess charcoal, put the lit ones in the center, and then I placed a brick in front to prevent the lit charcoal from flying away. I also put the displayed goddess statue in my pocket as a lucky charm and took the spear. Its total length is about 120 centimeters, and it will be effective if the cave is not quite narrow. Since it's an escort job, it would be better to have a weapon that can attack in the distance. If I have to abandon it, I should try to at least bring back the spearhead. With 2 weapons in hand, I returned to the command post again. There's a leather armor for the upper body there. It's for me, I guess. Is it all right for me to use this? There are other people in the tent, including Miss Frederica, so I spoke to Marius in a polite tone. Yes, you can use it. Hey. Yes. Marius replied to me and called out to the female soldier nearby. She then took the armor and put it on me. Well, I'm not used to wearing it either. However, I thought that she was very skillful on this. When I looked closely, I saw that she was the servant in the Emerald mansion who also changed my clothes before. She seemed to have realized that I recognized her, so she smiled at me. With the armor on, I looked like a lightly equipped infantryman. I lack a shield to enter the phalanx, though. As the servant left, "You look good on it," she whispered to me in a voice I could barely hear. Somehow it kinda feel embarrassing. And as I felt like that, I noticed Miss Frederica's gaze at me. "Does Izu-san have military experience?" Miss Frederica asked me that when our eyes met. "No, none at all. That's why I had help in dressing up." "I see. You look good on it though." "Thank you." I smiled and I gave her a slight bow as I excused myself. "Well, we have to leave already." When I glanced at Marius and his servant, they had a warm expression on them. "No way, is Miss Frederica in the command post for healing purpose?" After I left the command post, I lined up behind the soldiers in the square. It seems that I will be under Marius' command later. Marius came out of the command post shortly after I lined up. Soldiers then lined up and saluted on command. The form of the salute is not the raised hand on the forehead but a fist on the chest. Marius raised his hand and then everyone lowered their hand. "Gentlemen, today is the day that we will bring down the hammer on those filthy creatures and we will be completely victorious." Marius looked around as he speaks in a loud voice. "Unfortunately, I can't say that I will reward you all as much as you want for this achievement. The treasure house of the Emerald House will be vacant, so if any of you wish to live in a vacant room, you may do so. I will even earn accommodation fee for your stay." The soldiers burst into laughter. That's a good trend. The joke aside, the moment they were cornered, they couldn't laugh like this anymore. Today, I want you to think of this as your first step towards getting the reward you deserve. I hope this will be your first victory and I hope it will go down in your history. The crowd erupted in cheers. I hope this will raise their morale and make today's subjugation a success. Leroy led the majority of the soldiers towards the cave first. They were lined up in an orderly fashion and were in high spirits. Their footsteps were somehow in sync, and they must have been quite intimidating if you are to suddenly run into them. It seems that me, Marius, and a small group of soldiers are going to meet up with the escort target as a separate unit. It's not a special operation, he just don't want to send a lot of soldiers on detour. He said that it takes a lot of effort just to get 10,000 soldiers in and out of the square, and even if it's on a much smaller scale, he would want to reduce the number of times they have to lead them out. The planned location is in this way. One of the soldiers led the way. I recalled seeing him at Emerald Mansion. He must have brought one of his servants who knows military arts as his personal guard. I first thought that it would have been better to send him to escort the escort target, but I realized that it's no good as Marius' personal guard will not stay with him. We walked through a cluster of trees that were too few to be called a forest, but too many to be called woods. I was impressed by the fact that some of the lower branches had been cut down, as if they were being managed as a lumber forest. It was a little more than a quarter of an hour later when the number of trees had increased a little. An elven woman was standing there facing away from us. There were several elven men who had escorted her here and they were conversing with her. "It's that woman." The soldier leading the way said that to Marius and me. Then, as if she heard us, the elven woman turned around. Fine silver white hair cut around the shoulders, almond eyes and thin long ears. It's a feature that's quite distinct to an elf. But I was quite surprised. The elf woman I would be escorting was none other than Lydisan. Chapter 117, Escort. Lydisan. In my surprise, I blurted Lydisan's name. It would have been better if I acted like it's our first meeting, but it's too late for that now. Aizu-san. Lydisan also called out my name with a relatively loud voice. Her almond eyes were so round as she stared at me with wide eyes. I had never seen her have such expression during her stay with us. That only shows the huge shock she's having. Are you two acquaintance? Marius asked without hiding his curiosity. This way of asking doesn't feel like Marius is onto something though. He is not grinning either. Yes. I've done a work request from her before. There was no need to hide it, so I answered honestly. Lydisan's expression returned back to her normal cool self and she nodded silently in assent to my words, but she's probably a little embarrassed too. Oh, I see. Even with such unsociable expression you can't be underestimated, huh? You must be joking. Marius spoke with a slight grin. That is obviously a look of someone who just found a new toy. I can barely reply as I tried my best to keep my current position intact. Then I guess I don't need to introduce you to each other. She's the escort target though. Your mission is to take her safely to the innermost part of the cave. Understood? I will protect her with my life. Marius and I had a polite exchange. I'm a little embarrassed because we actually knew each other. If it's Aizu-san who will escort me, I'm more reassured. Well, I'll be counting on you. Yes, leave it to me. Whether or not she knew how embarrassed I was, Lydisan said that with a smile that made it feel like a flower was blooming. Even though I myself is a god, there are soldiers around me too. I heard that there were not many ferocious beasts around here, so it was rather easy for us to get to the cave. Even so, I kept a minimum of vigilance so that I can brandish my spear at any time. Eventually, the forest come to an end and a meadow spreads out. And on the far side, there's a mountain that doesn't look very high, but the cave is probably at the foot of it. The soldier who was a little ahead of us found the trail where the main army passed by, and then we followed that. Most of the beasts must have gone elsewhere since the army passed through here. Though we have fewer people, none of the beasts dared to attack us. Shortly after, I saw the cave with a gaping wide opening and about 10 soldiers gathered in front of it as they guard in the entrance. The others appeared to have already entered the cave. All right, let's also go inside. Of the remaining 10 people, a man who seems to be their commanding officer said that to us. We nodded to show that we agreed. Marius and his bodyguards are staying here, or rather, he is not going to go inside and take command. I'm sure they'll go inside if a need arises though. One of the soldiers transferred a fire from the campfire that was burning near the entrance to the torch and light it up. Perhaps because the party earlier had already cleared the area, we did not come across anything even after moving for half an hour. Even so, it's deep, huh? I muttered inadvertently. Yes, it's pretty deep. We went to the deepest part once yesterday, and it would have taken us about an hour to get there without any obstacles. If that's the case, this cave is a little less than 4 kilometers high. It's certainly deep. There is almost no branching and there are torches set up in the right path, so I'm relieved to know that we won't get lost. The only thing that worries me about using torches in a place like this is the oxygen. However, it seems to have been burning for a long time, so there must be places where air goes in and out. I don't feel any wind, so I am still a little worried though. The longer it is, the easier it is for the stagnant magical power to accumulate. It is said that when the stagnant magical power exceeds a certain level, monsters will spring up, but the details are unknown. Lidi-san explained. To put it the other way around, monsters rarely appear unless it is at this level. Though the Black Forest has a lot of magical power, I can't understand why monsters rarely grow there. However, though I haven't heard of one, it might be better to ask Samia if there is a cave there. It would be a problem if monsters suddenly spring up from there one day. As we went a little further, I heard a muffled metallic sound. In this situation, it must be the sound of battle. It's hard to tell if it's still far away or close by because the sound is probably reverberating. By the way, you managed to go all the way to innermost part of the cave but you didn't get rid of it yesterday. While we were walking in a hurry, I asked the commanding officer. Well, we are not running because if we do, we won't be in the best condition once we get there. Yes. It is a little strong so we decided to withdraw just in case. I see. So, we are going there today. The monsters won't stop emerging if we don't defeat that thing. However, that can't be done with just the new recruits. The villagers here said that they know how to defeat that thing, so that's the reason why we are bringing them along. I don't want to treat Lidi-san like an object, but this is like we are carrying the necessary explosives deep into the enemy base to blow it up. Well, since it's like that, we just have to get them all the way there safely. We then speed up towards the sound of the battle, which was getting louder and louder. Chapter 118, Battle. Why is it necessary for us to defeat that boss thing? I asked the commanding officer. Monsters are a lump of stagnant magical power. The answer did not come from the commanding officer, but from Lidi-san. It was a soft but clear voice. A monster is born from stagnant magical power after all. They are not exactly a living creature. Yes. Aside from dragons, demonic race, or those who were originally living that turned into monsters, the monsters born from magical power are not alive like us. As they are born from magical power, they could easily multiply. Furthermore, they would attack anything that is alive. Like those enemy monsters in the computer games in my previous world. You don't know what kind of life they live, they just attack you and appear endlessly. What happens if we kill them? The magical power that they have in their body disappears. If it's something that is alive, its body will remain, but the magical power will disappear. I don't know if the bear I defeated before was considered to be a monster. There is no doubt that it was not born from magical power though. I thought that magical power is something like an energy, but apparently, it's a little different. Well, at least it doesn't have a conservation law. The energy that existed but disappeared afterwards is still too mysterious for me though. So, if we do not defeat the boss, a monster will be born from its magical power. Then more monsters will be born based on the magical power of that born monster. Is that right? Yes. So if we leave them alone, they will multiply endlessly. It's like the monsters will be multiplying like rats. That's right. Normally, monsters only spring up little by little, but if a large number of monsters emerged for some reason, it will be a big deal. And that happened a while ago. Here. Just now she said something heavy without hesitation. I got curious but did not delve on it. We barely fought them off, but there were a few monsters left. We tried to keep them from increasing for some time now, but we couldn't defeat them all. And since the same thing is likely to happen again, we asked for a subjugation team. So that's how it is. The elves can't defeat the boss, but they can't go all the way there. On the other hand, the subjugation team can't make a way to reach there, but they can't defeat the boss. They then agreed to join hands and annihilate them. While talking about such things, the sound of the battle became quite loud. I can't see the torchlight shimmering, and there are also some reflected light, probably coming from the swords. It seems that there is a little hole ahead of us. As far as I can see from here, it's a big battle. All right, you should protect the elf lady. The commanding officer shouted at me as we moved forward. I know that without you telling me. I shouted back at him as loud as I could, and held my spear at the ready while shielding Lidisan behind me. The soldiers also stepped in front of us and began to clear the area. As we entered the middle of the battle, with the help of the light on the torches, I could finally see the features of monsters here. Reich may get angry when I say this, but they are about the height of a dwarf, only, they have greenish skin. They have bald head, pointed nose, and their glaring eyes glowed yellow. Unbalanced limbs, like thin dead branches, extend from their body. The closest thing to them that I know is the goblins. But the goblins that I know are a bit more civilized, they are clothed and armed, but these guys don't have anything on their bodies, and their weapons are their long claws and razor-sharp fangs, making them look almost like a beast. They jumped at the soldiers, but most of them were blocked and slashed. The goblins that have been cut off do not spatter blood, and once they were killed, they turned into black ash and they disappear just like that. I see, so this is what she meant when she said they are not a living creature. From time to time they throw themselves upon the soldiers. And perhaps since the soldier was just jumped on, he misunderstood the distance, and the sword he swung vigorously in the air struck against the rock on the ground. Certainly, the sword will be distorted and chipped this way. Oh well, let's just fix the ones that I can still fix when we get back. The soldiers are clearing the way in front of me, so I'm going forward while protecting Lidisan and focusing on the rear. On our way there, a goblin approached us, perhaps it slipped through the gaps between the soldiers. I thrust out my spear so as not to hit the soldiers, and then the tip of my spear caught the center of the goblin's body and it pierced right in. The lack of substance I just saw and the feeling in my hand don't match up, which is really weird. Even though the performance of the spear is equivalent to that of a custom-made model, it still feels a little like I just pierced a flesh. I quickly pulled out the spear and the goblin disappeared before it could fall to the ground. There was nothing left behind. I slaughtered about 4 goblins just by crossing the hall. Some of the soldiers were injured, but they are generally safe, so the goblins eventually reduced in number. With the battle behind us, we rushed into the deepest part of the cave, where the boss was waiting for us. Chapter 119, Life or Death Struggle. The innermost part is right inside. The commanding officer informed me and Lidisan. There's something like an entrance at the end of the hall. The 2 of you, guard here. We are going inside. The soldiers nodded, and one after another, they quickly arrived next to each side of the entrance. I wonder if this squad is one of the most skilled when they cleared out the area. Well, otherwise, they wouldn't be brought along to be Lidisan's escort. She is also our decisive weapon after all, so it would be useless if she dies along the way. When we barged inside, I found that the space was not as large as before, but still, it is quite large. The soldiers quickly positioned themselves in front of us. Illuminated by the torches, I saw that there's a great number of goblins inside, and there is also a goblin that was much larger than the normal goblins. I'm not that tall myself, but it is comparably taller than me. Just like the normal goblins, it doesn't have clothes or armor, but the goblin looked muscular. That's the boss, huh? I'd rather call it a hobgoblin though. We'll get rid of the small fries around it, I'll leave the boss to you guys. All right. I also shout back, hearing the commanding officer's shout. It's finally time, huh? I gripped the handle of the spear tightly. The commanding officer and his men began to handle the goblins around the hobgoblin. The commanding officer cuts them down with a single sword strike, but the other soldiers took a little time to do so. The hobgoblin is not sitting idly either. Along with the goblins, it attacked the soldiers who have just handled their opponents, and they are now barely able to save themselves. I see, so this is why they retreated yesterday, huh? Unlike today, there must have been more of them yesterday. There are many goblins between us and the hobgoblin, so we are not yet in a position where we can fight the hobgoblin. Despite its size, the hobgoblin moves very fast. I tried to attack the hobgoblin as I deal with the goblins several times, but I could only hurt it a little. In this state, I will not be able to inflict a fatal wound on it. If it hits the right place, this spear can easily pierce the opponent's skin even if it is a little hard, but if it does not hit, there is nothing I could do. It's vexing, but I could only wait for the chance for me to get in a position where I can quickly get close to the enemy, and that could only be done once a path is made. While we were fighting like this, the goblins dwindled in number and Captain and the others could now hold them back, finally creating a path between us and the hobgoblin. Seeing that, Lidisan and I quickly approached the hobgoblin. It's 2 versus 1. This is advantageous in terms of numbers, but that doesn't mean that I can just simply stab it with my spear and say there, it's over. To separate the goblins from the hobgoblin, I thrust my spear towards the hobgoblin. The hobgoblin avoided it quickly as expected. At the same speed as that, I pulled back my spear and stabbed it again. I'm not expecting that I'll hit it like that though. The hobgoblin also keeps a distance after it dodges it. By repeating this, I managed to create a distance between the hobgoblin and the goblins. Of course, in between that, the hobgoblin also attacks me. If it aims at me, I'll take a few hits at worst, but I can't let that happen if it aims at Lidisan. And since there's also interference from the goblins, I could only defend frantically. Phew, it's great that I was given combat cheat as well. Without this cheat, it wouldn't be possible for me to fend off the enemy while protecting someone. I thanked her, in my heart. Then at that moment, I thought that I heard a giggling voice saying, "You're welcome." Eventually, I was able to pull the hobgoblin to a distance where the goblins could not get in the way. It's now Lidisan's turn. What should I do now? While fending off against the hobgoblin's attack, I asked Lidisan for instructions. I tried to get rid of it, but it's quite difficult to do because I'm still looking after Lidisan. Izu-san, please try to keep the monster from moving as much as possible. I'll make preparations in the meantime. Please get down when I give you the signal. Lidisan replied with a clear voice. I nod to express my understanding. But it's fine if I kill it, right? I swallowed back my words. When I took a closer look, I saw that the wounds I made just now is already closing up. Could this be? It's healing itself with magical power. I instinctively said so. This time, Lidisan nods at my words. It can't recover like that with pure magical power, but if there is stagnant magical power, it will heal like that. So this is why it took so long for the soldiers to kill the goblins. This is also the real reason why they couldn't kill the hobgoblin even though they came in large number yesterday. This is really troublesome. There's no point in complaining though. I have to deal with this hobgoblin until Lidisan finishes her preparations. I thrust my spear with an intention to kill it, but it's difficult as it's too fast and it could also recover. It's different from the bear. If so, it's time to increase the number of moves so that it can't do anything else. Aiming at it is the second priority. I focused more on the number of moves I can do. Occasionally, I hit the hobgoblin and manage to wound it, but it won't take long for that wound to heal. Instead of just waiting to be killed, the hobgoblin also focused on me before it attacks. When it aimed at Lydie-san a couple of times before, I was able to make an attack that would have killed it if I hit it. I don't know if it have any feelings, but probably because of that, I think it must have been very scared. At least it seems to be capable of learning. I thrust my spear once again and seeing a slight opening, it throws a kick at me. The kick was so sharp that it makes a whooshing sound. If it hits me, I will not be in a state where I can continue the battle. I twisted my body to dodge it. I then pulled the spear and thrust it out again, but it also dodged it. How long did it go on like this? Well, I don't know the exact time because I've been waging my life all this time. But I think, at least about quarter of an hour has passed. Then Lydie shouted. Please get down. Chapter 120, Victory. Hearing Lydie-san's voice, I quickly lie down. Or rather than saying I lay down, it's better to say that I drop down on the ground. Then a bluish-white light passed above my body. Seeing that, the hobgoblin jumps back to avoid it. However, the light changed its trajectory and it chased the hobgoblin, hitting it in the end. Whack! Along with that sound, the hobgoblin falls on its back. If it disappears, it only means that we defeated it, but I doubt that it would be the case. I quickly get up and repositioned my spear. As I check its state, the hobgoblin didn't disappear, it stood up instead and it let out a howl. Ghew! Along with the rattle, the air trembles. It seemed to have worked. I don't know if it's similar to a beast, but once it's cornered it might be more troublesome. The second round now begins. It's not enough, huh? Lydie-san murmured behind me. It looks like she did not expect that it would survive that. Can you do that again? Though I thought that it's no longer possible, I still asked her, and as expected, Lydie-san shook her head. The only thing left is to use this. Lydie-san showed me the sword on her waist. It's the mithril sword that I repaired. I've heard that it can be used as a magic battery, but I thought there was a procedure to do that. By the way, what do you need to do to use it? The fact that we already came here and she still have some hesitation to use it, there must be something important that needs to be done. It's life force. She just said something absurd with the same tone of voice as usual, and for a moment, I couldn't catch up. In exchange for a life force, I can draw out the magical power and I can create the magic I used before one more time. Then let's not use it. After Lydie-san explained it in detail, I quickly rejected it. I feel like I can see how Lydie-san brought that sword to me. But for now, let's focus on killing the hobgoblin. Okay. Lydie-san nodded after a little hesitation. The fact that Lydie-san's magic can no longer be used means that I have no choice but to use my cheat. Upon my observation, it seems that the magic just now worked on that monster and its movement has now slowed down. If this is the case, it may not be impossible for me to take it down. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow and I don't think it's a good idea to miss this moment. I'll kill it, I declared to Lydie-san. Well, there's no turning back now. The hobgoblin aims at Lydie-san again. It's probably because it is wary of the magic she used before. However, with it doing that, it gave me an opening to take. Of course, I don't have a reason to miss it, so I also stab it with my spear. Perhaps the hobgoblin was expecting it, it simply abandoned its attack on Lidisan and avoided my spear. The hobgoblin dodged my spear attacks several times. However, compared to what happened a while ago, my attack is now hitting it and its wounds are healing slower than before. If I were up against a normal creature, I would be able to bring this to an endurance battle and win in the end. Sadly, it's not a normal creature. If I were to engage in an endurance battle, I would be at a disadvantage because the hobgoblin could absorb the stagnant magic here. While parrying the hobgoblin's attack, I also launched an attack and waited for an opportunity. In an irregular stance, I held the rear half of the spear's handle with one hand and my other hand held the butt end. Neither attack was fatal. However, little by little, the hobgoblin's attack began to hit me as well. My bruises and cuts also increase here and there. I'm glad that those nails aren't poisonous. Then the chance I was waiting for finally came. The hobgoblin tried to dodge when I made a feint attack. I stabbed my spear with all my might and it jumped back. I had been waiting for this moment. Just before I fully thrust it out, I removed my hand from the handle of the spear and then I pushed the butt end of the spear with my other hand. Although it was much weaker compared if I throw it with a proper javelin throwing stance, the spear, which had enough speed due to my enhanced muscle strength, tore through the air. Gah! It didn't hit the center of the chest as it's not something I can aim at this moment, but the spear pierced the abdomen of the hobgoblin. There was no way for it to avoid the spear as it flew in the same direction where the hobgoblin jumped to. The hobgoblin stumbled forward. During that moment, I had already drawn my short sword and I jumped towards the hobgoblin's chest. The hobgoblin tries to regain its stance, but I pushed the handle of the spear that is sticking out from its abdomen to prevent him from doing so. Once again, there is an opening. I then quickly stabbed the short sword into its chest. Gaga! With a painful cry, it finally fell sideways. I won the match. I quickly swung the short sword down to the neck of the fallen hobgoblin. The neck separated from the torso and eventually, both parts disappeared. Seeing that, I collapsed like a puppet with a broken string. As expected, it is the limit of my physical strength. From the corner of my eye, I saw Lidisan running up to me with tears. "Are you all right?" Lidisan asked me as she crouched down beside me to look at my face. Her eyes look beautiful as usual. "I'm fine. I have some wounds but none are fatal. I'm tired." As I said so while panting, Lidisan lightly poked my head. Chapter 121, After Victory. The hobgoblin was a stagnant mass of magic that affected the surrounding goblins. What would happen if it disappeared? Well, it was evident from the scene of the troops who had been escorting us they began to kill the goblins easily. It may be better if I help them, but it's not the mission I was told to do. Besides, in addition to the bruises, scratches and cuts I took from the battle I just had, my energy bar is now empty. I can barely able to sit up and my priority now is to drink water from the canteen I had brought with me and rest my body. However, in an event that someone looks like they're in trouble, I'll readily come to their aid. Just in case, I asked Lidisan to stay with me. But looking at the situation, it's only a matter of time before this place is cleaned up. Since the source of the monsters and the source of their reinforcement is gone, they are no different from an army that has lost all of its supplies. What will happen to such army is very obvious. As we watch the situation, I wasn't sure whether it's okay to ask or not, but I still ended up asking Lidisan. The sword that I fixed, someone risked his life to use it to defeat the monsters here, right? Yes. There was something even stronger than the monster you defeated earlier, so we had no choice but to use it to defeat it. If it's stronger than that, then I guess it could only be the way. If it's stronger than that hobgoblin, it's probably a goblin lord or an ogre or something like that. I'm sure such information didn't get to Camilo because they already took care of it before anyone else got hurt. Usually, if you defeat one of those, it will take a long time until the next one appears. However, this time, it's faster than we imagined. In a murmuring manner, Lida-san continued to speak. So that was why they decided to ask for a subjugation team, huh? And during that interval, it's easy to imagine that it was such a fierce battle, considering that they managed to hold off the enemies and wait for the subjugation team to arrive. Does this mean that it will be okay for a while? Yes. Almost certainly. The magical power of this forest is not so strong that it would happen 3 times in a row. It is abnormal to have 2 occurrences in a row in the first place. I see. I guess that's a relief then. I then noticed that the sounds of battle had almost disappeared from the surroundings. Looks like the commanding officers already annihilated the goblins. All right then, let's join over there. Yes. The 2 of us head towards the commanding officer without me noticing that Lida-san's usual calm voice was tinged with a little melancholy. You're really something. It's no wonder you're in charge of guarding the elf lady. The commanding officer energetically hit my shoulder as he said that. With this force, it would surely hurt even if I don't have an injury. He is in tatters, but he is full of spirit because of the excitement from our victory. I'm just a blacksmith though. Yeah, a blacksmith that can't handle a spear so well. Right. I can only smile wryly. Well, a lot has happened, you see. Don't spread it around. I know. All right then, let's head back. Okay. With the commanding officer in the lead, we went out from the innermost part of the cave. Lida-san is right behind me. It would be too unbearable to look at if one of those monsters remained somewhere and attacks us. As we go out from the innermost part, the last goblin is about to be defeated in the hall. Leroy, who I did not see earlier, was also there. I wonder if he was on the by road. Leroy glanced at me and nodded slightly. I also nodded modestly and we commended each other for fighting bravely. A few free soldiers cheered when they saw us safely return and it eventually spread throughout the hall. Amidst such cheers, we crossed the hall and head back the way we came here and eventually got out of the cave. Maybe one person already came out earlier and reported to him as Marius was there waiting for us with a big smile on his face. Miss Frederica was also by his side. After seeing me come out, she looked relieved and then she looked at Lida-san with a pout. All the commanding officers lined up in front of Marius and they simultaneously knelt down. Me and Lida-san followed suit and knelt behind them. With the help of Izudorno and Lidadorno, we have successfully defeated the boss monster. The rest is now being wiped out by Leroy Sommer. It's only a matter of time though. The commanding officer officially gives a report. Miss Frederica seemed to be writing it down. You did well. Marius nods and urges everyone to stand up. For the meantime, take a rest until everyone comes back. Yes. Understood, sir. The commanding officers saluted to him and then they head towards the square in front of the cave. When me and Lida-san also tried to go there, Marius stopped us. Oh, you two, this way please. He led us to a tent that was probably the front line's command center, which is much smaller than the one in the garrison, but still, it is quite a decent tent. Lida-san and I looked at each other and then we followed Marius inside. I had you guys follow me for us to talk about your reward. Once we entered the tent and confirmed that no one else was around, Marius spoke to us. Well, aside from Marius Night Guard there are some servants around as well, but Miss Frederica is not here. I made Izu do work other than blacksmithing after all. Marius continued. Calling me Izu instead of Izu Dornoha. It means that I can't do that as well. What are you saying? In the first place, I was prepared to work with my spear to some extent when I was called here. Besides, it wasn't me who defeated the boss monster, it was someone else. I also speak to him in my usual tone. Lida-san looked surprised. I don't know if it's because of my tone or because of what I said. Or both, I guess. The commanding officer did not say that I was the one who killed it, he said that the monster was killed with my and Lida-san's help. For the record, me and Lida-san did work together, but it's not strange to say that it was someone else who killed it. You are such a great help for being so perceptive. Marius says with a slightly troubled and sad look. I guess he thinks it would be better if he can't defeat it, but as he can't do that, he felt bad for me. Don't mind it. That feeling is enough for me. I said so from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Well, that's the reason why I can't talk about the rewards for this in front of that young lady. I thought it would be like that. If we talked about this in front of Miss Frederica, it could be recorded. She is an official dispatched from the country after all, not as a vassal of the Emerl family. It doesn't matter to her whether it would be at the disadvantage of the Emerl family or not. So, why did you let Lida-san follow us too? If it's just a matter for my treatment, he only need to talk to me and he shouldn't have to bother to show this side of us. It is related to the other request from her. That and for me to take care of your injury. Marius winks as he said that. Unlike an old man like Camilo or me, it looks good when a handsome guy does that. As I am receiving medical treatment from Marius God, I was thinking about such useless things. Chapter 122, Elf Village and a Request. Marius continues to speak. You may have heard it to some extent, but the outbreak happened before we were dispatched here to kill it and the damage was already done. Of course, I am talking about the Elven village. As I was being treated for my injuries, I glanced at Lida-san, but there was no particular change in her facial expression. It seems that they managed to stop it at that time, but the damage was too great. They used that sword at that time. Because it needed life force, some people have been sacrificed. The number of people in the village has dropped sharply and it is impossible to rebuild it as it is. Therefore, this elf village was abandoned and the people of the village moved to other villages. What about the cave there? The state will manage it. If we leave the village like that, bandits may settle in, so we will station the army there. The cave and the plaza where we are currently stationed will be mainly used as a training ground for recruits. Ah, you mean a training ground where infinite opponents can be born, huh? Exactly. I'm not sure how often they spring up, but I do know that the elves have their own normal way of living, so they can't go to the caves as often as they'd like. Given that, there would surely be a lot of those monsters. In that regard, if it was a military training, they could go into the cave once every 2 days or so, and if they clear up the cave, it would be unlikely that powerful monsters would spring up. I wonder why they haven't done so until now, but I guess they were just looking out for their village or something. So, what is it that Lida-san wants me to do for her? Frankly speaking, I want Lida-Dorna to live in your house. Huh? I made a stupefied voice. No, wait, didn't the elves move to another village? The people of this village will move to another place, in that case, it will take longer when we want to borrow the knowledge of the elven people. Is this the closest village to the capital? That's right. So I want to keep one of them close by. Given that, I thought it's best for her to live in the capital, but it seems that it's not applicable for the elves, right? Yes. Lidisan nods in assent. Well, elves need to replenish their magical powers. In a place like the capital, where magical power is weak, it will be difficult to continue living for a few days. Strictly speaking, it may be good to come to the Black Forest once every few days to replenish their magical power, but it is not very efficient. Marius continued on. If it's doable, she would probably live in the capital. Then, when I asked her, I heard that the closest place to the capital is the Black Forest. That is, your house is the most convenient place to go. That's what she requested then. Lidisan nodded her head again. When it comes to meeting the conditions, my house is certainly the best option. Is Lidisan sure about this? Yes, if it doesn't bother Izu-san. No, it's not a bother, but you'll be away from the people of your village, you know. Yes, I know. I think she has a family there, so I'm not sure if it's really okay. I'm afraid to ask if there are complicated circumstances in that area though. Since she is an elf, I don't know how old she really is, but she is probably not a child anymore. If she says it is okay, then it's fine then. Understood. Let's do that. Thank you very much. Thanks as well. Lidisan and Marius thanked me. It's not necessary, you know. I waved my hand in response. It is a merit for us to have Lidisan come. Perhaps the elven knowledge they want to borrow is about magic, and it's a knowledge I don't have right now. That's also why I spent my time completely ignorant of the phenomena around magic. Reich can also do some blacksmithing by applying magical power. It's a win-win situation for us. Thus came the end of the discussion about the additional request. Marius told me to use the reserve fund under his name, but I refused. As long as one lives in my house, I want them to live as my family. I've only ever known one family to have a reserve fund. It's also not in my intention, so I won't accept it. I just said, I'll get the proper amount from my blacksmithing work anyway. After talking to Marius and the others, we all left the tent. The rest of the subjugation team were also out of the cave. Whether or not it's an expedition until we get home, this completes the main mission this time. After seeing that we come out of the tent, gather around. Leroy issued a command. Except for the injured soldiers and those who are taking care of them, they all lined up. Lidisan and I hurriedly moved away from the line. This time has been tough for you guys. Thanks to your efforts, we were able to safely wipe out the monsters that nest in this land. Marius makes a speech to the soldiers in line and Miss Frederica writes it down. She may also be an observer from the state. As I told you before our departure, I can't give you rewards that is to your heart's content, but I believe you've gained a lot from this experience. In the previous world, it may be called rewarding exploitation, but this time, we will have to agree with each other. In fact, I think this is a big thing whether or not one has gone through a real battle. Fortunately, no one lost their lives this time, but some were seriously injured by devoting themselves. Please applaud their dedication and courage. There was a sudden round of applause. I and Lidisan also applauded. Now then, let's go home. It's a triumphant return. Applause and cheers recurred, which seemed to go on forever. Chapter 123, Battle's Outcome. After a joyous ovation, the soldiers then returned to the garrison. Lydia-san went back to the village together with the elves, and by tomorrow, she will come to the garrison again and will be returning with me. When I returned to the garrison, Sandra Oyerson and the others already prepared the meal and they were waiting for us. Come to think of it, it's already past noon. Good work everyone. Come, enjoy your meal. Oyerson shouts out loud, not to be defeated by the boisterous soldiers. As the tension is released, the soldiers who suddenly became conscious of hunger run to the simple dining room. The amount of meal will not change even if you are in such a hurry, you know. After Oyerson said that, the place was surrounded by the laughter from the remaining soldiers. I have something I want to do first, so I headed for the branch office. The commanding officer of the unit who escorted me there called out to me, "Hey! You really helped a lot today. And I'm sorry." The commanding officer's brow furrowed. He knows that I was the one who defeated the hobgoblin, so I'm sure he's worried that the credit won't come to me. Hey, you know, an old man like me who does blacksmithing will not be happy receiving such an honor, so don't mind it. It won't give me money either, you see. I laughed and extended my right hand. The commanding officer took my hand with an embarrassed look on his face. His calloused hands gripping mine shows his experiences so far. It's better if it's someone like him who receives the honor than me, who is covered by cheats. I thought so once again. When I returned to the branch office, I put the statue of the goddess in my bosom on the shelf and thanked it for our safety. The spear was also surprisingly very helpful, and I regret that I have to leave it behind. After thanking it in my mind, I took off the handle, leaving only the spearhead. When I get home, I'll put a handle and butt end on it again. I then head to the command post. It was more efficient if I come here first, but I wanted to put the goddess statue back on the shelf first. When I entered the command post, it was quite noisy with the joy and excitement along with the preparations for tomorrow's departure. I looked around and found Miss Frederica focused on her desk. She's writing a lot. She should be busy for the next week or so after this. The best place for her to have a rest might be in the wagon on our way back. I felt bad, but I need to talk to her because this is also work-related. Frederica-san, can I talk to you for a second? Oh, Izu-san. Yes. Please wait a moment. Miss Frederica quickly finished what she's writing on her notebook and then she faced me. Speaking of which, I wonder what she does when she gets back to her original job. What is it? I want to check if there is any repair needed to be done today. And, in addition to that, I want a little manpower to clean up the materials and other things at the smithy. Oh, I understand. Miss Frederica flipped through the documents on her desk and then she speaks while looking at it. I don't have any repair request today. I have some broken armor, but on our way home, I'll cover it with the spare I have. After I get back, I'll send them all together for repair. I'm sorry for this, Izu-san. Well, if I fix it here, they will be paying me for it. Though from my point of view, it means that I'll not be making any money. No, don't worry about it. I'm also tired for today, so I'm rather grateful. It's not that I'm being humble or reserved, but it's a true feeling of mine. I was able to act as usual, but I just came from a fight after all, so I'm not so energetic that I'll be declaring, it's time to do some repair. Thank you very much. I'll send some personnel for the demolition later, so please leave it to them. Okay, thank you. Frederica-san too, please do your best not to overwork. Yes. Miss Frederica had a relieved smile on her face and she replied with a laugh. Seen off by that cheerful smile, I then leave the command post. If there is no repair to be done, all I have to do is to clean up. I then returned to my post. While I busied myself clearing away the charcoal and bricks from the fire bed, dumping water from the water barrels and making it possible to move the bellows, 4 soldiers arrived. I asked them to take what they could bring with them first. I'm sorry to make you come and do the hard work. No, this is also part of our job. The young soldiers then carry out the things in the branch office in pairs. In the meantime, I stowed the statue of the goddess on the shelf, folded the tatami that was laid there, and eventually, the branch office disappeared. It was only a short time, but I feel a little sad when my workplace is gone. The traces from the installation of tools left in places add to the sadness of seeing an abandoned workshop. I've been in your care. Thank you. I gently put my hand on the traces, expressed my thanks, and then I left the branch office. Chapter 124, Return to the Capital. On my way back to our tent, I saw a wagon and several cavalrymen leaving. Perhaps they were returning ahead of us, as harbinger of the things this time. That night, I could see the excitement here and there. There are various people who dance and sing near the bonfire. They didn't seem to have brought any alcohol, so they were all sober despite the excitement. However, the joy of victory must have been enough to intoxicate them. I'm now eating dinner with Oyerson, Matisse and the rest of the supply team while watching all this. We ate it as late lunch, but it was supposed to be our dinner if the monsters didn't get eradicated today. Since all that was left was for us to return home, they both served lunch and dinner. The number of jobs for Oyerson and the others has increased, but Oyerson said, "Well, it doesn't change whether we make it once or twice." He laughed as he said that, but I don't think it's really the case. It's already late, so Miss Frederica, who also finished her paperwork for today, is eating with me. I don't know why, but she's sitting next to me, just like a puppy who has grown attached to me. If Diana sees her like this, she's going to hit me on the shoulder repeatedly and say that I should take her home. Our conversation naturally focused on today's victory, and I was asked a lot of questions, mainly by Oyerson and the younger guys. Of course, I didn't tell them who defeated the hobgoblin in the end. Then, Izu should make a lot of money. Oyerson spoke. Not really. Really? Well, I hope Izu is satisfied with it. Thank you, Oyerson. Oh, you. Oyerson is unusually shy. The 2 younger guys teased him, which ended them being yelled at, resulting for us to have a great laugh. The next morning, after I finished tidying up, I then headed to the wagon. Lydie-san was already waiting there. Good morning, Lydie-san. Good morning. When I greeted her, she replied in a soft voice. I tried to help her in bringing up her luggage, but as I looked at her, I found that she had only one bag on her back and nothing else. Oh, you don't have much luggage, huh? Yes. We don't have that much stuff to begin with. Is that so? I wonder if there is a decrease in attachment to things when one's lifespan is long. She may end up having no possessions at all in this case. Ah. By the way. Lydie-san makes a slightly panicked voice. For that matter, the one that moved to another village will do it, so don't worry about it. Is what she said. I wonder what that matter is though. Ah. Are you talking about the crop seeds? Yes. It was supposed to be delivered to Camilo-san's place. Given such circumstances, it would have been fine. You didn't have to worry about it. No, I can't do that. When she first came to my house, she must have been already half certain that they would leave the village, so she took the request into consideration. At first, It was not that Lidi-san will go to our house, but maybe, even if it's far away, Lidi-san plans to go to Kamilo's place. Considering this, the condition may have been a mistake. In the future, when I make similar conditions, I'll first ask how far the other party's residential area from the city is. After me and Lidi-san, Matisse came, then Miss Frederica, and finally the guys who had cleaned up the kitchen came in a flurry and boarded the wagon. As soon as Miss Frederica got in, she laid the cushion I had given her under her butt. She still had it hot. Aya, elf are really beautiful hot. Oyerson gave his impressions straightforwardly. It's a content that can't be called sexual harassment in the previous world, so I'm anxious deep inside. Oh, I see. Indeed, if you have such a beautiful wife, you'll have to make a lot of money at least. He said that with a laugh. At that moment, I found Miss Frederica turning her head like a broken tin doll and she started to stare at me. I'm a little scared, so please don't do this. No, she's not my wife or anything. Besides, it's a pity for her to accompany an old man who seems to be living in seclusion for some reason, right? I frowned and denied it. Even if I hear that it won't have a big impact, I'm still an irregular in this world. I still can't think of myself having a family. It's hard to say this as my reason because no one will understand it. When I said that, Miss Frederica looked away, and at the same time, Lidi-san began to stare at me. What the heck is going on today? Other than this story, there was no particular topic that made me anxious. If you consider the 2 points, the elf village suffered a damage and thus along with that, Lidi-san moved places, so it wasn't a marriage or anything. You could imagine what happened. Not so many people would run into such a minefield then. In this way, during the 3 days of the return trip, although Oyerson occasionally showed his lack of delicacy, the atmosphere was not particularly awkward and the wagon went safely to the capital. Chapter 125, Triumphal Return. It's been 3 days since we left the garrison on the cave. Today was the day we would finally arrive at the capital. In the morning, everyone went on with their business as usual, but during the rest stops at the watering holes, many of the soldiers washed their heads, of course, just flush it with water, and wiped their faces and bodies with damp cloths, cleaning themselves as best as they could. When the break was over and the convoy started moving forward again, the mountain range rising beyond the capital came into view. When it came into view, the distance to the capital was no longer so great. Seeing that, we all feel motivated, and such feeling was probably to be transmitted to the horses, so our speed increased slightly. It's not the kind of speed that makes you run through the wind so you won't get drunk, but at this rate, we'll reach the capital long before the sun sets. As we still have to do something, it's unlikely that we'll be able to go home by the end of the day, so I and Lidi don't have much benefit on this, but I'm grateful to the soldiers and Oyerson. Then the outer wall of the city comes into view. It's time. There is a strange silence in the line, there's only the sound of the horses' hooves and the wagon's wheels turning. The tension and silence were broken when we approached the gate of the wall. The subjugation team is back. A soldier watching over the gate shouts. Various people in a line trying to enter the city looked back at the same time, and soon the voices of applause and shouts of joy filled the area. Our line moves slowly this time through the crowd and we are given priority through the gate. As far as I could see, no one complained about that. Everyone was actively opening a way for us to pass. The applause spread through the city faster than the procession and we heard it all the way through the streets. I guess it was thanks to the troops who came back first that we were welcomed so soon after our return. It was only because they had announced that we had come back victorious. The cheering continued even after we passed through the gates of the inner wall of the capital, and it did not stop until we reached the square where we were first stationed. The soldiers lined up when they reached the square. The same goes for the members of the squad that had returned earlier. We, the supply team, lined up behind them. There are many nobles living inside the inner wall, and there is also the part of the high-class residential area, but judging from their clothes, it seemed that the servants on errands and men and women of noble birth had come to see the scene, and it was quite noisy. As I scampered about, I looked around and I made eye contact with a few people. At first I thought they were looking at me, but I soon realized that they were looking at Lydisan, who was standing next to me. In other words, since the elf race can rarely be seen, she was noticed quickly. Except for one. His Excellency the Marquis was unexpectedly so laid back. When our eyes met, I only gave him a nod, as there are so many eyes on us. He grinned and nodded back. He's not a bad guy after all. As I continued to scurry around, the girl next to me, Miss Frederica, tugged at the hem of my clothes, and I stopped hurrying. A step stool, the same one used to get in and out of the wagon, was set up, and Marius climbed up on it. The crowded place suddenly became completely quiet. Gentlemen, thank you for your hard work on this expedition. It is a shame that the elven village were so badly damaged before we arrived. I would like to offer a moment of silence for the victims. We all closed our eyes and prayed for the victims of the village, Lydisan's acquaintances and possibly family members. It's quiet and the onlookers seem to be saying a silent prayer as well. However, thanks to your efforts, we were able to defeat our enemies. I believe that this is something to be proud of. I hope that I can count on your help again in the future when the Emerald House goes into battle. Finally, I would like to express my thanks again for your hard work in this expedition. The soldiers drew their swords and gave a sword salute. Even from behind, it's rather spectacular. We are civilians, so we only bowed lightly. There was no need to be rude. The crowd erupts again. Now the upper class knew that Marius, or the Emerald House, had succeeded in going to war. Proclaiming success at such a ceremony will have various advantages in the future. See you then. Please come to the store. Okay, I'll drop by with my family. I waved goodbye to Oyerson, Martin, and Boris. It's a little sad to say goodbye to someone you've known, even if it's only for a little over a week. Thank you for your help, Izu-san. I was saved because your work was quick. Also, thanks for the cushion. I then saw that Miss Frederica's luggage was bulging. It seemed that she had taken that simple cushion. If I know she would like it that much, I should have made it better. I know that Frederica-san will be busy from now on, but you have to eat and sleep properly. A beautiful lady should take care of her personal appearance after all. Yes, I understand. Miss Frederica says with a lovely smile and laughs. I patted her head involuntarily, but it didn't seem to be disliked by Miss Frederica. So after stroking for a while, we shook hands and then we bid goodbye to each other. Delmut, Matisse and the others had to clean up the place. I didn't want to get in their way, so I just said a quick goodbye. Apart from Delmut, Matisse is a member of the Emerald House, so I'm sure I'll see him around. The other soldiers then start to clean up and there were no more spectators. His Excellency, the Marquis, had also disappeared before I knew it. While I was feeling the aftermath of such a flurry of goodbyes, Marius' bodyguard, or in other words, the servants of the Emerald House, came to call me. Izu-sama, my lord ordered us to escort you to the residence. I understand. Thank you very much. Well, I have another job to do. With that in mind, I followed the servant with Lidi-san. Chapter 126, Completion Bonus. We followed the female servant down to the capital's inner street. There is some noise, but compared outside of the inner wall, it is much quieter here. I am grateful that Lidi-san, an elf, is with me now, as I won't draw too much attention to myself. I usually ride in a carriage, so I don't have time to look at such sight slowly. However, when I look at it from a low line of sight like this, it's quite enjoyable. Basically, there are many stone houses, and the streets where the carriages cannot pass by are quite complex and the walls are high. I wonder if this is the same story as that of the Japanese castle towns where it is easy to get lost. I was curious about that, so I asked the servant. Well, it's not without its purpose, but the truth is much simpler, was her reply. What do you mean? Now we have an outer wall, but in the past, this area was on the edge of the town. Everyone adequately built their buildings, and as a result, the road became complex. I see. It's convenient for protection. So when they tidied those buildings, they left the partition as it is. Yes. I heard that everyone had reached a certain level of status by then, and it was too difficult to take away their land. It's a very realistic story. In other words, it has never been a burnt field due to a great war. If that happens, there is nothing to take up. There won't be a proper cadastral map, and the land readjustment will just begin here and there. Anyway, we walked along such winding road, then the servant said, "This way please." Then she opened the metal door on the side of the road. It's probably a back door. Lidi-san and I went inside. As expected, it was a back door. When we entered, we found ourselves in a small room. There was a table, but its top was unusually thick. The window looked more like an arrow slit than a window. The edge of the window is more like a decoration as it slanted down from the inner side of the room. However, this makes it easier to shoot an arrow into the room from the outside. In addition to that, the only exit from the room is the heavy metal door on one side. This is perhaps a mechanism to repel intruders from the back door. You understand well. That's right. You couldn't break through easily from the back door, the servant said with a laugh. Not all the nobles in this city are, but rather because the Emerl family has built themselves up through meritorious deeds in military. I'm a little confused as to whether I should be impressed on the training they applied up until their servants or be left speechless. Lidi-san and I were led straight to the reception room I entered when I came here before. Please wait here for a moment, said the servant, and then she left. As usual, the interior of the reception room looked like a picture of fortitude and vigor, but, for a person who is not a noble like me, this is better because I felt more comfortable here. Lidi and I talk about the future. Since we've been living together for a while, she already knows who lives there and what kind of life we lead. I decided to leave that matter and I asked her what she wanted to do. Apparently, she wants to grow plants. I have something close to a field so you can use it. I will help you if you want to expand it. When I said that, "Is that okay?" her eyes were shining. I nodded in response. Rather, it would be great if someone could manage it. I and Reich are blacksmiths, Samia and Diana are in charge of hunting and collecting. Besides, we don't have proper knowledge on that, so it's okay for you to cultivate it. I feel like we'll neglect it too. That was why I chose peppermint, which requires little care. It was correct not to plant it in the ground according to her advice. I see. Then leave it to me. Yes, I'll leave it to you. In this way, the means of securing food for our home was to be carried out in two ways. hunting, gathering and farming. That said, it's not like we can plant tomatoes in the morning and then it will be grow at night. So hunting and gathering is still the main means of securing our food for a while. And if we don't continue to buy from Camilo, it will be difficult to secure enough food for 5 adults even if the farm starts to do well. While talking about that, Marius came inside the room with 2 servants behind him. He has taken off his luxurious clothes and splendid armor. He is now dressed quite casually. Did I keep you waiting? Or, am I interrupting something? While grinning, he said something like that at the beginning of the conversation, to which I replied bluntly, neither. I know both of you are tired, and to be honest, I'm also pretty tired, so let's go straight to the topic. Please do that. First of all, let me thank you two first. That was a great help. Marius bows his head. It would be a big fuss if he did it outside. A count bowing to a blacksmith. Well, he can't do that now because we are inside the house. So, for Izu, I have to show it in a proper way, like when I requested you to do the job. Okay. I participated because there was a reward. Well, if I was asked by another noble, I think I would have refused. I don't know what to do if the Marquis made a request though. First of all, this will be the reward for the request. One of the servants presented a leather bag, documents, and writing tools to me. Once I checked the content, I find a lot of silver coins. I think it's a little less than 1 gold coin. Since the number of soldiers is a little smaller, it's good to see that the repair fee is included properly. Certainly. I put the leather bag in my backpack and then I signed the documents. It is a document showing that the reward has been received. There is also the name of Miss Frederica in something like the person in charge part. So this will be another page in her war that starts tomorrow. I thought back to her struggling with the document like a squirrel with its food. I cheered her on in my mind. As I handed the papers back, Marius quickly checked it and then he handed it to the servant. This is the end of my work, is what I thought. Marius continued to talk. And this is for your direct participation in the subjugation, plus an additional percentage for repairs. The other servant holds out a small leather bag to me. When I took it to examine it, I found that it was rather heavy for its size. It was filled with gold coins. Chapter 127, At the Earl's residence. Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean by this? As you can't see, it's a reward. No, I know what this is, I mean. I'm talking about the sum. Like, what is the repair rate and how did you calculate the money for going inside the cave? When I told him that, Marius answered with a wry smile. You usually talk about money but you are very particular about the legality of the things you receive, huh? I just can't afford to receive unjustified money, you see. You sound like a stubborn craftsman. Well, I'm a stubborn craftsman, all right. That's right. My mistake. Marius and I laughed at each other. It's not an unjustified amount. It's just right. Just right. Marius nods and continues to speak. Didn't Izu once made that important item for me? That? Ah, the heirloom. I guess he didn't mention the specifics because Lida-san is also here. There's that indeed. At that time, that was the upper limit of the amount of money that could be moved without it becoming unnatural. However, this time, there are a lot of cover-up. The amount I thought you deserved to have at that time was added on top of it. That's why it's just right. I see. At that time, Marius thought that the amount he gave me was not enough, and he is trying to give it to me now. I won't ask too much about how he covered that up. However, it's likely not the usual method. So if he took such a step to prepare it for me, it wouldn't be sincere of me not to accept it. Okay, I'll receive it this time. Please do. That's a legitimate reward that Izu should receive. I put the pouch full of gold coins in my backpack. No one would think that such an old man's backpack would contain enough money to play and live for a while. All right. That's all for the rewards. Will Izu now go home? Yeah, I don't have any other particular business to do, you see. But you will not go home today, right? Yeah, I guess so. I'm thinking of going to an inn or something. I can't forcibly go home and I don't feel the need to go that far either. If we go to an inn somewhere, of course, me and Lida-san will have a separate room, and leave the capital early tomorrow. We should be able to reach my house that same day even if we just go on foot. It's better if you stay at my place then. There are vacant rooms. Let's have a chat while eating dinner. It's a timely offer. I was a little worried whether it would be okay for Lida-san to stay in an ordinary inn, so I'll take his word for it. Thank you. We will do that then. Is it all right with you, Lida-san? Lida-san nodded as she added, I don't know much about the capital. All right then, let's take you to your rooms first. I'll leave it to you guys. The second half is for the two servants who came with him. After they nodded in response, they started to guide me and Lida-san, saying, this way please. Both of them are women, but my cheat tells me that they are skilled in martial arts. If a superficial person tried to push them down, he would be the one lying on the floor the next moment. This house is quite scary. It's not extravagant, but we proceed through a well-made corridor, then I and Lida-san are invited to different rooms. I will bring you some hot water, so please relax here for a while. Oh, that would help. Thank you. During the expedition, I had cleaned myself as much as possible with a cloth or something damped with water, but doing the same thing using hot water would feel much different compared from doing it with cold water. Maybe I should build a Goemon bath in my house next time. I was given a hot water and change of clothes since it was a simple one. I didn't need someone's help to get changed. I then cleaned myself up and felt comfortable. I was told that if I washed my clothes now, they would be dry by tomorrow morning. But since they offered to wash them for me, I took their word for it. I lay down on the bed. It was the first time in a long while that I had such soft and comfortable feeling. By the way, the ride quality on the wagon along the way was terrible. It seems that there is a suspension system with chains and leather straps, but there is no suspension system beyond that yet, so the rough ride was unavoidable. However, it seems that leaf springs have been around for a long time in the previous world, and there was not much development in suspension for a while after that, so it might be a good idea to introduce leaf springs a little ahead of time. As I was thinking about this, before I knew it, my consciousness sank into the darkness. Sama. Up please. Izu-sama. I felt that someone is shaking me. I thought I was dreaming, so I gently grab the hand that is shaking me. Kyara. I wake up hearing that surprised voice. When I opened my eyes, I was greeted by the sight of the servant of the Imurl family who had her eyes wide open. My hand is on top of her hand, which is holding my shoulder. For a moment, I felt confused with this situation, but I immediately realized what happened, so I hurriedly let go. Sorry. No, I was just surprised, so don't worry about it. When I apologized, the servant smiled and replied that. How long did I sleep? I think it's about an hour or so. After guiding you to the room, I came here after dinner was ready. I see. You could have struck my wrist. I would have woken up in one go then. If Izu-sama does something unscrupulous, I won't hesitate to do so. The servant chuckled, then she said, "Excuse me." She fixed my tousled hair and then she began to lead me to the dining room. The three of us, Marius, me and Lida-san, had dinner together. The topic of our conversation inevitably focused on the expedition. I gave a detailed account of the events inside the cave. Marius listened attentively while Lida-san occasionally added something. Marius talked about being in charge. I understand that it is very difficult to be the in charge of the overall command. Even though there are specially assigned personnel in the supply, management of wounded soldiers, and command and control of each platoon, Marius is responsible of the overall command. Even if Leroy takes part of the responsibility, Marius is the one who has to make the final decision. This time, the goal was clear and it was good because the opponent was not likely to change its base, but if the battle was against other monster race or humans, Marius said that it would not be so easy. Since warfare is commonplace and difficult to avoid, I hope that Marius will become a great commander who can bring back as many people as possible, including himself, safely. That's what I thought. Chapter 128, It is an expedition until I got home. The next morning. I get up quite early and then I arranged and readied the things for our departure. Today is the day we'll finally go home. I've been away from home for the last 10 days. I wonder why is it that I want to go home as soon as possible when it is confirmed that I can finally go home. Well, I guess that's because I feel like I belong in that house. Marius had asked me to have breakfast with him but I refused, saying that he is probably more tired than I was yesterday, so he should get more rest. I told him that I would like to have breakfast with the servants instead. Of course, I didn't know where the servants' dining room was, so I decided to wait outside the room assigned to me. When I went out of the room, I saw Lida-san standing there. She also seemed to have finished her preparations. "Good morning, Lida-san." "Good morning, Izu-san." We exchanged morning greetings. From the moment I get home, Lida-san will be a part of my family, I think. Well, unless the other three refuse. However, I believe that they will all naturally accept her. It would be better if 5 people of different races and positions could get along with each other in the morning greetings and in worshipping the Kamidana. Then a servant came after we had a couple of idle chat. It was Bowman-san. I'm sure he's a pretty great servant of this family and I remember him well because he is a man with a good body build. "Good morning, Bowman-san." I said hello. Bowman looked a little surprised but he promptly replied to the greeting. "Good morning. Izu-sama, Lida-sama." To be remembered by Izu-sama. Don't you usually remember the name of the servants? Even though I have a family name in this world, I'm not really a noble. Well, you told me your name so it's rude if I don't remember it, right? No, that's ludicrous. There is no such thing. It is not strange to assume that I am in a certain position since I am a friend of his master, but I'm an old blacksmith with no official position at all. While soothing Bowman-san, who was frightened, I and Lida-san were guided to the servants' dining room. It seems that everyone in the servants' cafeteria is supposed to gather at breakfast. Well, except for those who have work and those who are off duty from the morning. However, those who are off duty usually wake up at this usual time in the morning, so as a result, almost everyone is gathered here except those who have a work to do now. The Imol house is not an insanely large house, but it is still a count's house after all. The number of people gathered here is close to double digits. I can also see Mattis, who was with us in the expedition. Well, he is a groom in this mansion after all. If everyone thinks I'm an ex-aristocrat turned blacksmith, then the situation is a bit like the naive young lady wants to go to a hamburger joint template from the previous world, but I guess it seems better not to worry about it. During breakfast, a young girl asked about my experience, so I told her the story about the expedition. I wonder if being a tomboy is in the Immerl family. That girl wanted to hear about the most recent cave subjugation rather than the life in the camp. Although she was a servant of the Immerl family, I didn't tell her that I was the one who killed the hobgoblin just in case. It was dark and I don't know if it was the commanding officer or someone else, is what I said. Lydia-san was a little unhappy, but I'm sure she would understand why I'm doing so. After breakfast, I decided to leave quickly so as not to interfere with the work of the servants, but Bowman-san put it as, it's also our job to help the guests in their departure. Then a familiar face appeared at that moment. Oh, if it isn't Camilo. Yo. I had some business here yesterday. I heard that the subjugation team had returned, so I sent someone to ask if I could give you a ride home, as I'll also be going back today. However, it is said that you were leaving now, so I rushed over. Oh, I'm sorry for that. I was planning to go home on foot, you see. So, do you want to go home together? All right. I'll take up on your offer then. My relationship with Marius and Camilo is what you call human fate. Thus in the end, Lydia-san and I ride on Camilo's wagon. As soon as he got up, Marius came over, so it turned into a brief farewell greeting. All right, see you again. Yeah. See you again, Izu. Marius, Bowman-san and the other servants wave their hands as they see us off leave the mansion. The familiar scenery from the wagon drifted by as we approach the outer city, and although it is a fairly early time, we pass through a busy road and then we eventually exit the gate of the outer wall. I looked back at the towering outer walls, the castle, and the mountains behind it. I wonder when will I be here again. At that time, I would like to stop by at Oyason's shop. Clouds that seem to be heavy with plenty of water flowing inside flow far away. A milky white sky spread out here, drawing a contrast with the meadow. It's the usual road. Along the way, Camilo asked me a lot about the expedition. I didn't tell him about who defeated the hobgoblin, but he probably guessed it already. It's Camilo we are talking about after all. He would not do anything that would be disadvantageous to Immerl House either. I was vigilant, but nothing happened on the road. As we are on the way, Camilo told me that there had been an increase in the number of attacks on people lately. The strange thing is that they are only looking for something, and when they find out that the victim doesn't have it, they just let the victim go. Although the number of patrols is increasing, it seems that the criminal has not been found, so he warned me, it seems that there is no real damage, but be careful when you come to wholesale next time. We got off Camilo's wagon at the entrance to the forest, waved goodbye, and then we parted ways. I see him once a week, so our parting is rather casual. We then walked through the forest, which I now knew very well. Occasionally, we can see a small animal like a squirrel on a tree. They reminded me of Miss Frederica, but I wondered if that was too rude of me. As we were walking along, hoping that we wouldn't run into a wolf or a bear on the way, I heard a fierce approaching sound from a distance. It wasn't running towards us by accident, it definitely knew that we were here and was aiming for this place. I pulled out my short sword as I tried to figure out what is approaching. Chapter 129, Another Triumphant Return. The owner of those footsteps, who came toward us without minding the bushes, finally appeared in front of me. It's a female beastman covered in tiger-like hair. Oh, it's Samia. I put the sword I was holding in its scabbard. The tension dissipated at once and then the feeling of exhaustion kicked in. After Samia got near me, she began to hit me in the chest. I'm sure she did not mean it, but it hurts. It hurts, you know. What are you doing? She's sulking. I mean, she doesn't know what to do. Suddenly, I heard a voice from another direction. It was Diana. I then caught Samia's fist with my palm as she still keeps on hitting me silently. Are you guys in the middle of hunting? Yes. Then Samia said, I can smell Izu, and she suddenly start running here. Diana looks completely amazed. She wasn't out of breath for someone who had been following Samia through the forest. Her physical strength is steadily getting stronger. No, that's not the point here. What should I do then? Well, you haven't come back for a long time. She's happy as it's been the first time in a while, but you don't know how to pamper her. As those words were spoken, Samia stopped moving for a moment and then she suddenly shot a punch in the palm of my hand. Ouch. HMPH. Come home sooner next time. After saying that, Samia turned around and then she moves forward in a stomping-like manner. That direction is towards the house. Is it fine? Apparently, Samia intends to call off today's hunting, so I asked Diana. We killed a big one the other day, besides, there's plenty of time for tomorrow. It's fine then if that's the case. If Samia came back for the first time in a long time, I would also leave my work and pick her up. I'll take her word for it and go home together then. Hey, don't walk too fast. I called out to Samia, and the four of us walked home together. As we come close to the house, I saw the smoke through the trees. Reich is probably doing blacksmithing work. Looking at it like this, once we get close to a certain extent, it seems that my place can be reached normally. Even without those conditions, there's no guarantee that bad people won't come, so we'll have to take some kind of countermeasures. As we were walking, I said that to Samia and Diana. I don't think it's necessary. Lidisan murmured. Really? Yes. Simply put, that house can ward off people. Only those who belong to the house, including the invited guests, or those who are strong enough to counter or recognize that protection will be able to know that there is a house nearby. Lidisan asserted in a strong tone. I didn't know that house had that kind of effect. Maybe that was the reason why I didn't recognize my house when I came to this world. Come to think of it, aside from beasts, lost people or beastmen living in the Black Forest have never visited my house. The smoke is so noticeable that a curious beastman is likely to come. So that's the reason why they didn't come. The four of us continued to walk inside the forest. Every time I find a familiar tree in the forest, I feel like I'm really back. It seems that Samia is not the only one who has been sentimental. I too felt that way after returning home after a long time. When we arrived at the house, I opened the front door. The sound of a slightly muffled Naruko echoes inside. Reich came out of the door leading to the workshop with a rattling noise. Sat. Boss. Welcome back. Reich, who seemed to think that Samia and Diana had returned earlier than planned, was surprised to see me, but she immediately rushed over. Of course, she didn't hit or hug me. Oh, I'm back. As I replied, I was biting on the fact that I was home. This time, albeit a little injured, I was able to come home almost unscathed, but there was no guarantee that I would be able to do so the next time or the next time after that. This is my second life, and I should take good care of it. Well, once again, as soon as I unloaded my luggage, I looked around at everyone gathered at the table in the living room and said, "Lidi-san will be joining our family. I'll talk more about it later, but please know that. I don't think that's the case, but what if they don't like that?" With that in mind, I looked at the facial expressions of Samia, Reich, and Diana. The three of them looked stunned at first, but they grinned after. I knew it would definitely happen. "You're the master, aren't you?" "Right. It's Izu's call." I want to say something on the way they got convinced, but I was relieved because it was not a refusal. "Then, Lidi-san, no. There is no need for honorifics because we became a family. It is said that there is etiquette even between friends, but let's leave this out of the scope of etiquette. That's the way we do things at Izu Workshop." Then the voices of 4 people, other than Lidi, overlap. "Welcome to Izu Workshop, Lidi."